Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Chambers for the Supervisors for Calaveras County meeting. At this time, is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll adjourn to closed session. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Item 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. Second, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4.
No public comment, so at this time we'll adjourn to closed session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. At this time, Madam Clerk.
Report of closed session. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. There was no reportable action. Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. There was no reportable action.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? At this time, do we have any announcements by Board of Supervisors or staff?
This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public. Mr. Chair, I have an announcement.
Madam Clerk.
Tomorrow will be the 2017 Calaveras County Senior Volunteer of the Year Award Luncheon from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Dodosa Ranch in Burson. If you would like to attend, it's a $10 fee for the lunch, and you need to call 209-498-2246. Additionally, on our regular agenda today, items 20 and 21 will be flipped, so we will hear item 21 before we hear item 20.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Any board announcements by the members of the board?
Yeah, I just wanted to, thank a lot of people. Excuse me. Sorry, Susan. I wanted to thank, there's a lot of people. There was a very risky situation in West Point yesterday with a fire that broke out, and I really wanted to extend my gratitude to those that responded quickly. We averted a real disaster as we look at the fires that are burning on the over on the coast in Sonoma and Napa and Butte and Yuba County. But really, I want to give kudos out to the Sheriff's Department. Did a great job in responding and getting people out of their homes in the middle of the night. Central Fire, Cal Fire, Mokill, West Point, San Andreas Fire, Red Cross, Behavioral Health, Animal Services all showed up and really did a great job. And I think they've been practicing, and I think it shows, and I hope that we have a good debrief after this too, because there was good things and there's always things to learn. And as we watch these fires burn, we remember the Butte Fire and the risks that we face every day. So I just wanted to give the kudos to the county staff as well as the volunteers and our local firefighters who really did a great job and averted a very dangerous situation yesterday. I also want to make a quick announcement that Mount Ranch Central Fire has wood elves. So if you know senior citizens who need wood for this winter for heating purposes. We're finding a way to engage volunteers and chop wood. As everybody here knows, we've got a lot of wood up that's dead and dried and seasoned, ready for use. And so get in touch with Central Fire, stop by our fire station, and connect, especially our seniors and those who are going to need help staying warm this winter. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Garamendi. Further comments? I have a couple of comments. I'd like to take a quick moment here as a Board of Supervisors meeting to recognize the loss of life and the injuries that occurred in Las Vegas last weekend. It was just a disaster that happened. I think that they handled that the best way they possibly could, although the investigation is still continuing. We still don't know all the facts, but I think I can speak for the Board of Supervisors and probably for most of the people here in Calaveras County that we stand with those folks, those families that have lost loved ones, those folks that are injured, and what we have to expect to come before us in the future. I also want to extend our help any way we possibly can to the victims of our current fires going on right now in our adjoining counties, in our counties over on the coast. We've been through that. They are going through the same, if not more severely worse situations. Those are things that we got to be aware of. It's not a question of when, it's a question of how many times. So I would appreciate everybody joining me in saying that we stand with those people and those counties too. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Recognition and acknowledgements. Item 3, receive a presentation from participants in the local 4-H program.
Okay. Hi, I'm Cleo. I'm 16 years old. I'm with West Point 4-H. I am the secretary of my club, and I am the vice president of 4-H Council. And my favorite thing in 4-H is being able to just help people out, no matter like what age. Like when we put on petting zoos and stuff, we help anybody from little guys all the way to full-grown adults. So it's fun.
My name is Annabelle. I am 10 years old and I'm with West Point 4-H. I signed up for the chicken, where we work with chickens, and then I went to Lumberjack Days. As a true 4-H'er, I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health for better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
We'd like to thank you guys for all your support, and we have some gifts of mugs and some homemade crochet.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank you very much for coming up here as a 4-H alum and a parent of 4-H'ers. It's a great program, and you guys do great things.
Okay. Madam Clerk? Wait.
Public comment?
I'm sorry.
Is there any public comment?
Oh, public comment. I'm sorry, folks. Don't leave so quick. Is there any public comment regarding the 4-H presentation?
I believe in youth programs like the 4-H, and I'm a result of the 4-H. I won the county dairy award. There were a whole 2 dairy cows in the whole county, but, you know, it was a good feeling. I sewed a button to myself when I was supposed to be sewing it onto something else in one of the demonstrations, and I nearly died. And everyone else had a really good time laughing. And I just think it's a great program.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janice Bassett from Valley Springs, and I'm very happy to see the 4-H here, and I want to again extend an invitation to them to come and use the Valley Springs Youth Center as a venue and a resource. We have sewing machines, we have fabric, we have thread, we have computers, we have drones, we have all sorts of programs that maybe the 4-H would like to make use of the Valley Springs Youth Center for their projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, broadcasters in Valley Springs. They got drones? Wow. I'm glad they spoke from the 4-H this morning because I've been doing a lot of reading on Prop 64 and how it's evolved into Senate Bill 94. And whereas previously I've been focusing on the 20% of tax money that would be devoted to eradication.
Can I interrupt you for a moment?
I'm coming there.
All right, this is not the general public speaking. This is
I know that.
All right, this is for dealing with 4-H.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, all right.
Whereas I've been dealing with the 20%, I find that the bigger portion is the 60% of tax monies that will go towards youth programs. Now, a lot of that is outreach, speaking to people, saying don't do drugs at a young age. But a lot of it, as I read it, is very flexible. It can be used for things like building a skateboard park in a town where kids are kind of bored and likely to get into trouble if they don't have good things to do, like organize things. I would think a group like 4-H could benefit. I'm just seeking to say that let's try and find a way that we can still tap into that 60%, many millions of money that could go towards youth in our county who really don't have a lot of options. I see the skateboarders down in the Vista del Lago Shopping Center, Gilmore Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment on the 4-H presentation? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 4 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation honoring Corporal Tom Oldham for his 14 years of service to the residents of Calaveras County as a deputy with the Sheriff's Office and congratulating him on his retirement.
I see the Sheriff's Department's here. Sheriff, Lieutenant, Captain, how are you? Lieutenants, Sergeant, and Corporal.
I brought everybody. I've already had a text message that the whole county's back here in the back room. They want to know where everybody else is at. Everybody's working the streets.
Who's on the street?
Who's on the streets. Tom Oldham's been with the department for 14 years, as you said. He's been a great asset to the community. We have concerned citizens in the Arnold area right now that are concerned who our next resident deputy is going to be. Rest assured that we have another resident deputy already picked out, and they have some big shoes to fill in Tom. So, Thomas, front and center.
Corporal, here. You can stand right there. You have a gun. You can stand there. From the Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County, State of California, proclamation recognizing Tom Oldham 14 years of service as a member of the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department. Whereas, Tom is a retired career Marine serving all over the world in a variety of assignments, including embassy duty, combat duty, administrative duty, recruiting, and a variety of other assignments. And whereas, Tom retired as a Master Sergeant, one of the highest enlisted ranks in the Marine Corps. And whereas, Tom began a second career as an extra hire sheriff's recruit on December 13th of 2003 and became a permanent employee of the department as a sheriff's deputy on September 25th, 2004. And whereas his law enforcement career includes patrol, court security officer in charge, field training officer, investigative detective, along with other special duty assignments. And whereas on February 17, 2007, Tom was promoted to senior deputy, and subsequently the position was then reclassified to corporal on July 9, 2016. And whereas Tom has earned a second retirement with a retired rank status of corporal effective October of 2017. And whereas during his off-duty time, Tom enjoys projects around the house and spending time outdoors hiking, camping, snowshoeing, and boating. And whereas, even though he will be retired, Tom will have to learn how to actually relax. Could I have a motion, please, on this proclamation and public comment after the motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Before the vote, we'll entertain public comment. You can turn around, Corporal, and face him in the eyes.
Hi, I'm Kelly Coyne. I'm the director of the Calaveras Crisis Center, and I just want to voice my appreciation to Tom. He was the domestic violence investigator for a while and worked closely with our office. Everybody in my office has a great deal of respect for him. He has a lot of compassion for victims. He did really well with really sensitive situations, and more than anything, we're going to miss his hugs. So good luck. Normally you would be, but not today. Good morning, Barbara Uke, District Attorney. I wanted to echo Kelly's sentiments. My whole office is going to miss working with you. Tom consistently displayed a level of professionalism and thoroughness and just all around good guy attitude in dealing with us over the years. I didn't hear that one of your activities was going to be writing. I would encourage you to maybe write a book or something. What you might not realize about Tom is that his reports weren't simply, I was on patrol, saw a guy arrested sane. He always put in some flavor, and we kind of had a joke in my office that if it was an Oldham report, it would start off, "It was a dark and stormy night," is how things would go. So his reports wouldn't be Tom Oldham, they'd be Tom Clancy. We are definitely going to miss that, and good luck to you in your future. Thanks, Tom.
Sheriff?
I had one more thing I wanted to add, something that, that they talked about how great a guy Tom was. Most of once he's retired, he's done. The one thing that a lot of people don't know about Tom is most of you who've been around the county for a long time remember Albert, our local gentleman, used to live here in San Andreas. And Tom and his wife extended their hospitality to him in more ways than you can imagine, and actually went above and beyond to help somebody who needed that extra help. So congratulations to Tom for doing that. I needed a training partner. There you go. And he was the perfect one for that.
Good morning, George Fry. I went to the Lumberjack Days several years ago, and I misplaced my cell phone. And this gentleman found my cell phone, and he realized that I had Sheriff Kuntz's name and phone number in there, and that was how he was able to locate me.
Tom, Sandy, my Trot Mountain Ranch. You and I have never officially met, but we have crossed paths. I just wanted to say, as the daughter of 2 Marine Corps staff sergeants, Semper Fi, and thank you so much for your service.
You're not done, sir. You are not done. What's his date of retirement, Sergeant? Sheriff?
It's actually
Are you going to
On
TP
OT?
his, are you going to TP his car?
No, because we'll have to clean it off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a vote. We have a motion before the Board of Supervisors regarding the proclamation. At this time, I'll call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion passes 5-0, unanimous. Thank you very much. We have one more. We have one more. From the California State Legislation, certificate of recognition presented to Corporal Thomas Holden, United States Marine Corps and Calaveras County Sheriff's Office. Congratulations on your retirement over 23 years with the United States Marine Corps and 13 years with the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office, providing military and civilian protection for your friends, fellow citizens in a noble calling, and your service is honored and appreciated. Presented October 15th, a couple of days before, in San Andreas, California, almost. Signed Assemblyman Frank Bigelow, Senator Tom Berryhill. I'll be presenting both certificates now. Staff, you can come up there after the photographs. My friend, Tom and I have been through a lot together. Some good, some bad. But you made an indelible mark with my son. You were my training. I was.
So we blame him.
You got to do that whole fight. Now I can have public works go out and do that.
Now we know his fault.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for being my friend. Thank you. To Marine.
Okay, this time smile. Okay, that's the smile, all right. Your experience with this pretty quick. There were 3 days of my life I dreaded. The day I was completing my tour duty in the Marine Corps. The day I retired as the Oakland police officer. And the day I was not allowed to maintain the deputy status of Calaveras County Sheriff's Office because I got elected to supervisor. Those were tough days. You'll get through this. We'll see. Madam Clerk. Item 5 is from the District Attorney's Office to adopt a proclamation recognizing October 2017 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Good morning, Barbara Uke, District Attorney. I'm also here with Kelly Cohen, from the Crisis Center. Thank you for helping us bring awareness to the issue of domestic violence. Nationally, Domestic Violence Awareness Month is October. We all know that domestic violence occurs, but we don't often hear all of the details up close and personal because most of the times it happens behind closed doors. Sadly, domestic violence continues to occur in Calaveras County, including some very serious incidents of domestic violence. Just this last summer, my office completed a week-long jury trial. It was a domestic violence case and also some child molestation involved in the case. And the victim in that case suffered getting her tooth knocked out, being choked, being battered, and we were successful in that jury trial, and the perpetrator is now in prison for 66 years and 8 months to life due to the nature of all of the offenses. So it does happen here. It happens all the time, and this is very important. I appreciate your willingness to support us and bring awareness and hope to victims of domestic violence. We do have an event coming up. It is the grand opening of our new Victim Services Center, which I want to extend my appreciation to all of you in supporting us being able to get our victim services staff out of our trailer. If any of you have been to my office and have been to the lobby, you kind of understand what I'm talking about. Think back to when you're just waiting there for a few minutes after you've walked in the door, and imagine if you were a victim of domestic violence standing there in our tiny little cramped lobby and having no place, no private place to speak with a victim's advocate. So this is very important. This is a huge deal for us and a huge deal for victims in our county to have a place to go. So I do have invitations for each of you, and I think I got them all in the right order. So if I can give these to Diane, and you can take the top one and pass it down. I think I got them right. Okay, so the grand opening and domestic violence awareness event will be October 25th. It's open to the public. I hope you will join us, and I hope certainly all of you will join us because you were very instrumental in helping us get the Victim Services Center open. We will be there from 12 to 3 with a ribbon cutting at 12:30 and then open house. Right now, I'd like to introduce Kelly Cohen. She has some very specific remarks about, you want to be next, right? About what the Crisis Center does and I think you have some numbers? Yes. Yeah, usually the board members like to hear numbers about what's happening in their own districts. So I'll turn it over to Kelly.
Good morning. Letitia's going to pass out some pins for you, and they're attached to a flyer that I apologize, it's a little disturbing, but, you know, domestic violence isn't a happy topic. We talk a lot about domestic violence and how it affects adults. People have a really hard time understanding why people stay in domestic violence relationships, and there's a ton of different reasons that happens. It could be economic. It could have to do with someone's lack of self-esteem. It can be that they grew up in a situation like that and it feels normal. But the biggest impact that we see is on children. The flyer that I passed out talks about some nationwide statistics on how domestic violence affects children. I think that many times adults feel like they can hide this kind of situation in their home from a child by, you know, making sure that they only fight when they're asleep, or they have them go outside. And kids, they just know stuff. They're really, really smart. And so we always want to talk to people about how the situation in the home is affecting the children. There's a statistic in the middle of this flyer that was particularly disturbing to me, and it's that 15 million children in the United States experience childhood domestic violence. A child that grows up in a home where there's domestic violence has a hard time learning, has self-esteem issues, many times has depression and anxiety, many times feels like the situation is their fault. We've had a lot of children in our center where we really worked on trying to help them understand that the reason mommy and daddy aren't getting along has nothing to do with them. And they take that into adulthood. A lot of times when we see perpetrators of domestic violence and we look back at their past, we can see that they had domestic violence in the home. So they learned that that was a normal way of solving problems. Or on the other hand, they became a victim of domestic violence in their adult years because, again, that seemed normal to them. I think that the DA would agree with me that a lot of perpetrators, maybe not of domestic violence, but of other types of assault or types of drug-related crimes also often have a history of domestic violence in their homes when they were children. So addressing this consistently on a community level, you know, making sure that we're talking about it, making sure that we're not looking away when we see something happening out in public, that we you know, support the local DV center, that we support the law enforcement, and we support the DA's office as they're prosecuting these crimes, that we don't put it back on the victim and say, well, why didn't you just leave? Why this? Why that? You know, it's about the community saying this is not acceptable. And if for no other reason it's not acceptable because it harms our kids and it harms the next generation of the people that are going to be running this county. I do have some statistics For the calendar year of 2016, the Calaveras Crisis Center served 442 victims of domestic violence. Now, that seems like a pretty big number, but when you look at the fact that 60% of people who experience domestic violence never report it, it gives you kind of an idea of what might be going on. There were 207 responses to a domestic violence situation by the Sheriff's Department in that same period of time, and 10 for the Angels Camp Police Department. We sheltered 43 victims of domestic violence, 22 adult females, 1 adult male, and 20 children. And again, we have quite a few children that are going through counseling for domestic violence. So in a 12-month period, we had 109 kids, not necessarily in our shelter, but that came and got some type of services related to domestic violence, whether it was their parents brought them in or a school referred them. We now have domestic violence counselors in both high schools, which is a really good thing. We're seeing a really big increase in teen dating violence. I don't know that they're reporting it at the level of a crime, but we had 121 teenagers in the last 12 months that reported that they were in some type of abusive situation with regard to dating. So it's disturbing. Something that we have to keep talking about, unfortunately. And I really hope that someday I'll come up here in October and say, guess what? We didn't have any domestic violence in the last year. That would be a big celebration. We also are doing an event for Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and it is an open house and kind of a celebration of 1 year of services for our Children's Counseling and Advocacy Center. So this is a place we started about a year ago through some grant funding. It's specifically for children. We only serve children there, child victims of crime. It doesn't have to be just domestic violence. It's any crime. They get free services, free licensed therapy for as long as they need it. We use a therapy dog in the process, which has been really good for the kids. Kids that don't often want to open up love talking to Molly. So on the 20th of October from 3 to 6, we will be having an open house. We would love to see you there. You can come and see what we do, meet the dog, meet our therapists and our advocate.
Thank you.
I know that Kathy is chomping at the bit to come up and talk, so I'm going to have her turn now.
Question, Supervisor Garamendi?
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt your presentation. Sorry.
Good morning, Kathy Howell, Program Coordinator for Victim Services. First of all, I want to say good morning. And thank you for allowing us the opportunity to move into our new home. We've really seen a change just in the victims that have come in. We like to call them survivors. We've seen a comfort level and a safe place for them to come in and be able to open up about the things that are going on in their life. You know, this is something that, again, is domestic violence is a unspoken disease, I like to call it. It's something that people don't want to talk about. If we are able, as humans, and not only as a victim advocate, we have a moral obligation to this community to keep people safe. In doing that, it's acknowledging, recognizing, and reporting domestic violence when we see it. So I appreciate you guys. Purple is the color we wear for domestic violence awareness, and thank you.
Thank you.
I have the pleasure of reading. Are you going to speak?
I just want to say that it's been a pleasure working up until this point. I started in May, and I have seen such great things coming out of our DA's office in the Crisis Center. It's been such an honor to be here and to really bring new things to this county. I can't wait for you all to see our beautiful little place that we call our office and sometimes a home, but our victims have really had a nice time being able to talk and to feel safe and to have an area where they can relax and they don't feel like they're going to feel vulnerable. So it's been an honor. Thank you.
Okay. I have the pleasure of reading the declaration. Board of Supervisors, Calaveras County, State of California, proclamation declaring October 2017 Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas domestic violence touches the lives of Americans of all ages, leaving a devastating impact on women, men, and children of every background and circumstance. And whereas children who live in homes where there is domestic violence also suffer abuse or neglect at high rates and are more likely to be in abusive relationships in adulthood. And whereas domestic violence is not only physical violence, emotional abuse can leave victims with scars as well. And whereas domestic violence calls for some of the most dangerous for law enforcement to respond to and the most difficult to prosecute. Whereas the District Attorney's Office, Victim Services, the Resource Connection, Calaveras Crisis Center, and law enforcement work closely together to help effectively respond to domestic violence victims. And whereas the Resource Connection, Calaveras Crisis Center sheltered 43 men, women, and children and provided assistance to 347 domestic violence restraining orders in the past 12 months. And whereas the Calaveras County District Attorney's Victim Service Program provides comprehensive services to domestic violence crime victims and witnesses in Calaveras County, including education about the court process, assistance in obtaining restitution and compensation for crime-related expenses, and referrals to private and public providers. And whereas providing this level of service and support helps prevent domestic violence victims and witnesses from feeling delusioned and re-victimized by criminal justice system. And whereas a culture that turns a blind eye to this type of abuse will inadvertently perpetrate it. Therefore, I guess we need a vote at this point, huh?
At this point, we'll entertain public comment. Seeing none, Supervisor Garamendi, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay, public comment? Ms. Stevens, good morning.
Good morning, Nikki Stevens. On behalf of Mark Twain Medical Center, we would really like to take just a few moments and recognize and acknowledge the hard work that goes into the presentation that was just before you. I know that these ladies behind me represent a movement, and I have to say personally and professionally, it's not just about the information that they brought before you, but it's truly, I believe, a calling that they have as individuals as well. And as a citizen of Calaveras County, I'm very proud of the work that they do, and we partner, Mark Twain Medical Center, with them periodically on numerous things for outreach, and we are very grateful for the work that they're doing. So I just wanted to acknowledge them publicly for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fry?
Good morning, George Fry. When I worked as a parole agent, I was accused of being the social worker in the office amongst 12 parole agents, and I like the fact that they use a dog. I had a puppet that I used, and my supervising parole agent used to, he didn't like me using it, and my puppet was Jerome the giraffe. And I was able to get a lot of parolees to talk to Jerome and get information that helped improve their lives. And so I'm very happy to hear that they're using puppets. Thank you.
You're welcome. Further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Now, Supervisor Garamendi, do you have a question?
No.
Okay. At this time, I would entertain a motion.
I would move this item, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. Already had public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous.
Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors that the month of October 2017 is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Be it further proclaimed that the board encourages all citizens to honor the important work done by domestic violence programs, the Calaveras Crisis Center, local law enforcement, and the District Attorney's Office, Victim Services, and urge citizens actively to support and participate in programs to eliminate the use of personal and institutional violence against women and men, and I'm going to add, and children. This passed passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors, the County of Calaveras, State of California, this 10th day of October 2017. Can I get all four of you up here?
You guys will smile, right? Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Item 6 is from the Board of Supervisors to proclaim the week of October 15th through 21st, 2017 as Freedom from Workplace Bullies Week in Calaveras County.
I have a malfunction right now. Proclamation recognizing October 15th through 21st of 2017. That's Freedom from Workplace Bullying Week in Calaveras County. Whereas the County of Calaveras County has an interest in promoting the social and economic well-being of its citizens, employees, employers, and whereas that well-being depends upon the existence of healthy and productive employees work in a safe and abusive-free work environment. And whereas research has documented the stress-related health concerns in individuals caused by exposures to abusive work environment. And whereas abusive work environment are costly for employers with consequences including reduced productivity, absentees, turnovers, and injuries. And whereas protection from abusive work environment should apply to every worker and not be limited to legal protected classes, status based on race, color, gender, national origin, age, or disability.
Is there any public comment? Ms. Hawkins, good morning.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources Director. Last year, I had brought before the board a new equity policy. Within that policy, we also had a section that covered bullying. And I think one of the things that we forget that's covered in bullying, we know about verbal bullying, physical bullying, gesture bullying, but we forget about exclusions. And that's where we will take our friends to lunch and leave one person out all the time. Or we will say good morning to everybody but one person. We will offer the cupcakes we made last night to everyone but one person. And this is bullying. And these are the type of complaints that come to HR. And we forget about how hard it is on the person. The mental stress that it puts on someone to be left out. There is an 80% loss of productivity when somebody feels harassed or bullied. And it also, whereas we have workers' comp complaints, we have people that has to seek medical treatment because they feel bullied by coworkers, by managers, and so that's something that we need to be aware of as fellow workers, as managers, supervisors, that we have to be aware how we're talking to people, how we're treating those around us. It is in our personnel ordinance 2.64 to treat one another with respect. And that doesn't seem like it would be very difficult, but sometimes some of us, it's almost an impossible feat. We need to just say good morning, good afternoon, and when we're passing on assignments, work duties or talking to somebody about how they're doing their work, we need to be respectful of one another.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Good morning, Bonnie.
Good morning. I was thinking about bullying. I've been bullied, and I've been a bully. To me, it's a misuse of power, authority, or strength in an effort to control or silence others. Bullies usually act out of some kind of psychological problem, or maybe it's a cultural training or expectation. Bully always has to get the last word. They negate anybody else's opinion. They're always right, and you're always wrong. We can hear them say, "I'm not going to debate this any further." I've heard that before. We can hear it's an excuse. "Oh, I just have an alpha personality." There's a big difference between aggressive and being assertive. I think we know the difference. We know who the bullies are. So I got my dictionary again, and I looked up bullying. It's hurting, frightening, or tyrannizing others who may be smaller or weaker. It's browbeating also. In the home, it can lead to domestic violence. We just heard a whole lot about domestic violence and all the levels. In the schoolyard, it can lead to some social and learning problems that may affect children the rest of their lives. In the workplace, it can lead to poor work performance and poor productivity, mistrust, dysfunctional work environment, and maybe lawsuits. But finally, on the world stage, bullying, we're becoming more aware, can lead to World War III. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the Board of Supervisors. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't see your light.
I'll make a quick comment and then
Okay.
I'll make a motion. I think it's important that we as the Board of Supervisors recognize that we are also subject to the personnel policy that is put forward by Human Resources, and we need to be aware of how we interact with staff as well, and not bullying. And there is a difference between being aggressive and being assertive and being a bully. And we just need to remember that what we do up here matters to people who share our workplace environment with us as well. So unless there's no other further comments, I would like to make a motion to adopt this.
I have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi.
I'll second that.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. No further public comment. Bring it back to the board for call for the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Therefore, be it proclaimed that Calaveras County Board of Supervisors proclaim October 15th through 21st, 2017 as Freedom from Workplace Bullies Week in Calaveras County.
Okay. Is there anyone to accept the certificate?
I believe that Marty Crane was going to be here to accept the proclamation on behalf of the gentleman who brought this to the board's attention at the last meeting. However, since she is absent, my guess is that she is... Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, that's right, she's volunteering, I understand. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get into our public speaking, one more. I'm sorry. Supervisor, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk.
Item 7 is from the Board of Supervisors to proclaim the month of October 2017
Thank you. This is a proclamation that should be important to everybody who has a mother, a sister, a brother, a father. This impacts everybody's family. And this is a proclamation recognizing the month as October 2017 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Calaveras County. Whereas breast cancer is the second most commonly diagnosed cancer in women, and whereas approximately 1 in 8 women born today in the United States will develop breast cancer at some point in their lifetime, and whereas education, early detection, and treatment allow most women to live long and healthy lives, and whereas although breast cancer in men is rare, an estimated 2,470 men will be diagnosed with breast cancer each year. And whereas women between the ages of 40 to 49 should talk to their doctors about when to start getting mammograms. And whereas over 3.3 million breast cancer survivors are alive today in the United States. And whereas more information is known today than there was 5 years ago, and much more information will be available 5 years from now.
Any public comment?
See if I can do this without crying. I feel Diane's pain, and this is extremely important. My sister, I lost her to breast cancer. It is classified as inflammatory breast cancer. Generally, there is no genetic link to family members, so it is extremely important that people remain aware, conscious, know their bodies, get their mammograms, and talk openly about this disease with their doctors. So thank you for taking the time for recognizing it.
Thank you.
Vicki Reinke, Angels Camp. I just wanted to make a comment, too, that it doesn't just hit older women. It hits the young women, too. My good friend's niece died of breast cancer after she had a baby, and so she left a little 2-year-old. And just a month ago, my sister's daughter-in-law passed away from breast cancer after having a little 5-year-old. So it doesn't just hit the older women, but also the young, too. So it's definitely something we need to be aware of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rinke.
Good morning. I'm feeling a little emotional this morning, which is something that I think we need more of in our community, quite frankly, because it represents that we're humans and that we need to be transparent with one another. And on this topic of breast cancer, I am here, obviously, representing Mark Twain Medical Center. And October is a very important month on many levels, as you've all been so gracious in your declarations this morning in recognizing these special initiatives that we need to pay attention to. But breast cancer, especially as you're hearing from your public today and those who can't be here, has affected everybody in some way, shape, or form. And I'm looking at all of you right now, and I'm sure your wheels are turning about people that you love, that you hope never have to experience what you've heard the testimony of about. I brought some gifts for you, and I say that in the kindest way that I possibly can, because we need everybody in our country to be very aware that cancer is still the second leading cause of death today, second only to heart disease. And us women, we have to stick together in our sisterhood, and we have to be supportive of one another. And we need you men to also remind the women in your lives that early detection is very important about breast cancer, especially for men as well. So what I brought to you today is on behalf of Mark Twain Medical Center, but I brought you something that's a little symbolic for somebody who's not bearing the responsibility that you supervisors do, but bears the responsibility of keeping you all on point and keeping you all informed, and I think that's Diane. And Diane, I brought the gifts in a bag, and you know, we all hear the cliche, if you will, about baggage. This bag is for you to get rid of any baggage that you have, and know that this bag, if it could represent love and kindness in every way, shape, and form from everybody in this room and beyond, we would overflow and fill up this room with bags. So That's my corny spiel, but it's heartfelt. It wasn't planned, but the bag was planned and the thought was planned. And I also want to remind you all that tonight is Mammoglam, and it's the first time that we as a hospital have provided mammograms in the evening. So we're doing that tonight from 5 to 7 and again on the 26th from 5 to 7. And you don't have to come and get a mammogram. You can come and be goofy with us girls and celebrate sisterhood. It's about love, everybody, quite frankly, because cancer is something that affects everybody. And if you don't have a good spiritual feeling about yourself, and if you don't have support and love, you're more susceptible to any kind of cancer. And personally, for me, it's something I live with too. It's not a big secret, but my daughter, who's not my biological daughter, but she's my daughter, her mom died October 5th of 2004. She lost her battle to breast cancer. And so in our family, it's something that we try to move forward about, but we feel that it's our responsibility and our diligence to promote the awareness even more so. So thank you for hearing me out today. Thank you on behalf of Mark Twain Medical Center. And may I approach Ms. Diane? So what you have is a light bulb, because we hope that you take these home and put them in your porch lights, quite frankly. And you have a pin, and there's some gifts that you can share with the women in your life, or you can keep for yourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Broadcast this Valley Springs. I guess I'll speak to the guys just from personal experience. Almost exactly a year ago, I woke up with my left breast noticeably swollen and really tender to the touch. And I thought, wow, am I that small percentage of guys who have breast cancer? And I went through University of California. Luckily, I have Medicare. My total cost was $330 out of my pocket. But it was a one-day thing. I went through 1, 2, 3, 4 different departments. In the fourth, she was, putting needles in and extracting cells. And within just a few days, I had a diagnosis that I did not have breast cancer. So I just want to make it clear, if you think you might, it's pretty darn quick and not all that expensive to find out. And I'll tell you, it was a real relief off my mind because I just thought I had it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, Stacy
Good morning,
Johnston, San Andreas. Good morning. As a resident, as a woman, I lost my grandma to breast cancer. She was in her 50s, very young. But it was something you didn't talk about. I was little. Families didn't talk about issues and disease and ailments like we do today. I found my first lump when I was 15, all the while in my mind thinking, knowing what my grandma went through. So this is a part of my life, every year, there for a while, every 6 months, mammograms, biopsies, you name it, I've had it. And so what an inspiration you are to be sitting here in your pink, and what you represent, Diane. We are in a time of awareness, and we post anything and everything on social media. I don't care what it is. People air their dirty laundry about anything and everything. It's the day and age we live in. So what a great opportunity to make our public aware, to make our community aware of things that are life-changing, they're life-altering, not just for this generation, for so many to come. Again, it starts very early. It's not just for a woman in her 50s or older ages. It starts very early. It's not just a woman's disease anymore. Again, I commend the efforts of our public health, of the hospital, of our community to get the word out. We have great resources here in Calaveras County. I've utilized them many times. Great doctors that have helped me in many situations. And again, don't be that percentage that does not know your body, that does not take care of yourself. It starts right here and be your best advocate. Get out, and if you feel anything, and I'm pleading to the community now, anything that you have a question of, please don't wait, because it's curable, it's treatable. It's something that can be treated if caught early enough. So again, Diane, thank you for what you represent. I haven't known you long enough, but I love you. I do. I love you. And I'm so proud to say you sit here today.
Thank you. Mr. Fry?
George Fry again. I think it's time to address the men in this audience and in this county and the men in the United States. I have prostate cancer. My doctor got a hold of it early. I've been through a myriad of tests. Thanks to my doctor catching it early enough, I'm going to start radiation in about 2 weeks. I plead with men, all ages, to be sure to get a PSA test. It's just a blood test that determines whether you have prostate cancer or not. So, once again, please go get a PSA test to determine whether you have it or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll come back to the board. Supervisor Garamendi.
Do you want to make a motion, or do you want to make a motion?
Let's just take a second and let's all reflect upon those who have succumbed to this disease and gather ourselves courage for the fights that are ahead, for our sisters, for our mothers, for our wives, for our daughters. And I'd like to make a motion.
So moved by Supervisor Garamendi.
I will second.
Second by Supervisor Mills and Platt. No further public comment. Call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors proclaims the month of October 2017 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Calaveras County. This passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras, State of California, this 10th day of October 2017.
Diane? I think you need to be up front. Okay.
Come on.
Public health. Do what she says. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a 15-minute break right now. We'll resume in 15 minutes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Are we on? There we go.
All right.
Before we proceed, I'd like to invoke executive privilege if I could. And I'd like to have Chief Robitelli and Chief Johnson stand up for us, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we had some very severe fire crisis in Sunday, Monday, and this morning. And I want a public recognition for these two chiefs of police and their fine job their staff did. Madam Clerk.
Okay, so before we get into public comment, I'm just going to make a brief announcement, and that is that item 16 on your regular agenda, which is to receive a report from staff, Cal OES, and local organizations regarding the ongoing Butte Fire recovery, is going to be heard later in the agenda after or prior to item 22. which is the administrative office receive information on FEMA funding delays. So just so that you're aware that the Butte Fire report will be later in the agenda instead of the first item of the regular agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Public comment. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors. I have a question and then I have some comments. The question is do you plan to meet in the board chambers next Tuesday or the town hall? I think it's going to be, I would recommend that you meet in the town hall. I think we're going to have a huge crowd here next Tuesday.
Mr. Fry, we'll address that after your public speaking.
Okay,
session.
fine. Thank you. I was really taken back by the fact that some people in the public are seeking to recall Jack Garamendi. Not only was I taken back, I was stunned. I don't understand why every time we turn around, somebody's recalling somebody on the Board of Supervisors. And of all people, Jack Garamendi. This man is a pillar in the community. And why are we using the recall toward this man? I firmly believe that recalls should be for such things as malfeasance or somebody that's on the board that has truly done something that has been discovered as being illegal. The recall system, in my humble opinion, is not for the kind of thing that Supervisor Jack Garamendi is being recalled for. It just really disgusts me. I don't understand what our citizens are coming to. We finally get what I consider a really good board of supervisors, and somebody wants to attack one of the members. And I consider Jack a good supervisor, and I consider him a friend. And I've known Jack ever since he was a young man. And when he became an Eagle Scout in the chambers in Sacramento.
Thank you, Mr. Fry.
Good morning, gentlemen. Gary Caldwell, Valley Springs. My comment has to do with funding of the Sheriff's Department. I saw an article on television a couple of weeks ago indicating that the city of Stockton is going to be hiring 50 new policemen. And, of course, immediately I'm thinking that's going to draw people from rural areas down to the city of Stockton because their starting pay is $67,500 a year, plus they have a $6,000 signing bonus. and they also pay for the academy training for their new recruits. And this is difficult to compete with. Now, I checked with the Human Resources Department here, and they tell me, and I may have misheard, but they tell me that the starting salary for a sheriff's deputy here is somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000 a year. And that's a significant difference. We're only 50 miles from the city of Stockton. And it's amazing that the city of Stockton, who not very long ago declared bankruptcy, I think, is hiring 50 new policemen. Now, we've got a sheriff's department that's not only carrying out its normal and everyday duties, but I read the other day that it was, in a local paper, it was helping to pursue and capture a criminal that was wanted in another state. I mean, in addition to having to deal with all of these illegal marijuana grows, they have to do these kinds of things. Well, they don't have to, but they do them. And they got a homicide they had to deal with up country. So they've got a lot on their plate. And the way that the new recruits are being paid for in the city of Stockton is that in 2013, the city voters in Stockton passed Measure A, which increased the sales tax within the city limits 0.75%. Well, that's, when you think about it, that's nothing. We're one of the few counties in the state of California that charges only the basic sales tax rate, 7.25%. We have no additional costs tacked on there or increases tacked on to the basic rate. Now, I, for one, would be more than happy to pay additional sales tax here in Calaveras County for law enforcement. I'd like to see something in the way of increased funding for them, and one way is, I guess, as City of Stockton and other agencies have done, is to have an increase in sales tax.
Thank you, sir.
That's red?
That's time.
Oh,
time's up, sir.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before our next speaker, I told Mr. Fry that we would address his question. Mr. Fry and folks, arrangements have been made to have the October 17th meeting in this boardroom with the adjacent courtroom also available for seating with audio and visual, so you can see what's happening, and if you wish to speak, you'll be able to come into the chambers and speak. So that's been addressed, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Hold on.
Sandy Miner, Trap Mountain Ranch, D2. I would ask the board chair for permission to perhaps run over my allotted time, probably by about 40 seconds. Some of you know...
I'm going to be quite stern on the 3-minute rule. I'm
okay,
sorry.
then I will cut it up as much as I can. Some of you know I was the lone cultivator, non-county employee involved in crafting the urgency ordinance. I asked to be included, and since that time I've felt conflicted over my involvement, but my turmoil was calmed by a card I received in the mail recently. And to paraphrase, I was thanked for all I did and all I continue to do to speak out on problem grows, as well as the work that I had done to try and come to some level of happy medium. What that card represented to me is that people do see regulation working. Many would like to see the work begun with the urgency ordinance put toward the development of a permanent ordinance. In my opinion, where Calaveras County has significantly failed its constituents is in not continuing the dialogue towards a permanent ordinance using valuable information gleaned from the program. One glaring gap involves the analysis to ensure costs of the UO are recovered and set appropriately going forward as required under 1795.250D. This was to be completed within a year, yet it apparently sits on the CAO's desk in an administrative draft form. Draft, by definition, means preliminary. It's a preliminary vision of a piece of writing, hardly completed. This means the county has failed to meet the one-year deadline stipulated within the urgency ordinance, and continuing to ignore this may result in someone taking formal action under the county's mandatory responsibility to enforce its civil code under Cal 815.6. Our Planning Commission is recommending a ban or much stricter regulation. No one disputes there are opportunities brought to light via the urgency ordinance for improved regulation. Few can ignore the monetary contribution made to the county budget this year. Nor can one ignore the devastation looming before this county should this revenue stream become non-existent. Likewise, we must also consider factors brought to light by Mr. Gary Stevens via his recent communication to the Pine Tree. The card I received in the mail came at the best possible time to fortify myself for what I am about to say. I have before me in my hand 4 tax bills for parcels of land in Mountain Ranch. These represent over $7,000 in tax revenue. Should you, as a collective board, proceed with a ban over more restrictive yet permissive regulation, I will take that to mean that you have little value in a consistent revenue stream or an enforceable ordinance. As a result, I'm changing my payment habits in a manner that I hope others will perhaps embrace. I will no longer pay my property taxes in full prior to the due date. I will pay them twice a year in person, increasing the overall cost to the county. Furthermore, I will pay them the day before a penalty is applied. I encourage every Calaveras resident to consider doing likewise.
Further public speaking? Sir? Matt, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Mr. Park?
Members of the board, Mr. Chairman, my name is Matt Clark, and I'm a resident of Angels Camp, and I also run a law office down there. Beginning at the beginning of the year, with our first meeting at the end of February, I called a group of what I hoped would be like-minded individuals, people who wanted to see this county move forward and to put the issues of cannabis versus no cannabis behind us, and to create a regulatory scheme and a system that would provide not only for safety and security and the orderly conduct of this industry in our county, but would allow for the prosperity and the tax dollars that come from that. A middle way, we thought, was available. And we began doing what we were shocked to see nobody else was doing, which is start looking for those solutions. How can we create an industry here that doesn't bother people, that doesn't get in their faces, that works with them and works with the county to create a system that works for everyone, to keep the money flowing in without the complaints and the difficulties that have emerged under the urgency ordinance. We worked on that every week for almost a year now. And I'm pleased to state that we have something here. I'd like to thank everybody that came to my office with their open minds and their ideas. I think we did amazing things, and I think we came up with a lot of solutions. I've heard many times that there is no alternative, that there's no good way of doing this. I have a document here. It is a draft ordinance from the CCRC. That's the group that met at my office, the Calaveras Cannabis Regulatory Coalition. And it contains exactly the sort of solutions that I think that we need. And with your permission, I would like to submit it into the record now.
Clerk?
Thank you all for your time and attention.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Dr. Smith?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm speaking to you today because a number of the citizens here believe that a violation of the public process has occurred. Why do we believe this is so? On the sheet I just handed you, you will find a two-part image. On the top, you will see the objectives listed in the draft regulation, the draft EIR. And on the bottom, you'll see an image of the slide presented by the planning department during the original scoping session for the EIR held in July of last year. Please note the difference between the two under number one, under objective number one, where the phrase, or to prohibit those uses within the constraints of state law, have been added. As far as anyone can tell, this change in the scope of the EIR was effected without a public hearing or a public notice of a hearing in which this decision was made. In fact, we believe the scope of the EIR was improperly changed by a poll of the board, not a formal vote, and without any notice of public input whatsoever. If we are mistaken about this, please show us the agenda and cite the meeting where the public was afforded its right to weigh in on this essential and legally required part of the EIR process. In the absence of a properly noticed scoping session for the EIR in which the objectives of the EIR were changed, we have to object to the consideration of the proposed ban ordinance under said EIR at the next meeting to be held on October 17th. We urge you to not hold a vote on this ban until the county provides a proper EIR process that affords the people their right to participate in an open and transparent public process. This is essential. Can't mess with the public process. Just can't. It's one of the great things about our country. We experience it here every day. We come in here. It's an awesome process. That's all I have, so thank you for hearing me out. For the record, that's not a threat. It's just an assessment. It's just what we believe is the situation right now legally. I think it's pretty much a done deal. I think it's very clear what the law says on this matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Frankie?
I'm Vicki Renke, Angels Camp. I wasn't prepared to be speaking, but I have to say something about what was just said. And I feel that the environmental impact report has caused more problems with this process than we imagined, because I knew it from the beginning. But if you look at CEQA, you look at how an EIR is supposed to be decided, CEQA is an environmental document. And what you do is you have a project that you do, okay? Our project that we heard from the Board of Supervisors was to ban. That was the new project. You take that project and you look to see, is it going to affect your environment? That's the purpose of it, nothing else. So if you were to look at a ban and you look at sequence and the EIR, it should have not needed an EIR because there is no effect to the environment for banning the cultivation of marijuana in our county. No effect on the environment. So this was the thing, and I've said it from the very beginning, that this is just a ploy to delay. So the project is a ban. A ban does not need an EIR under CEQA. That should be the answer, and we should move on. Because now you hear you might get a lawsuit because you didn't do what? You know what? We've seen this already throughout this county, and I was a victim of it all. And that was the stopping of our propositions or our measures to get them on ballots from the people. Twice we tried it. Twice we got denied because of lawsuits by the marijuana industry. And so I guess I just want you to step back and look at the reality of it, and you tell me straight face if you don't think that an EIR is not required under a ban, because I believe that that is true. I've read CEQA rules. I've read what their purpose is, and this would require no EIR on a ban. So anyway, I just couldn't, I had to get up and at least ask you to please think about that. Thanks.
Thank you.
So Broadcast Valley Springs. Preamble. We've been going at this canvas question for a while. You may vote on a ban next Tuesday. If the vote is 3-2, you as a board will have failed, no matter which way it goes. You've had a lot of time. You should be able to find a way to a third way that gains a 5-0 vote. Anything less is a failure. Now, I enter uncharted waters where I have to say, I may not be sure of my facts here at all. I believe that I read somewhere, which I cannot now find, that the ban as it will be structured will be for 5 years, renewable after that 5-year period. However, no one can confirm that except one person I spoke to this morning who said they saw that in an earlier draft. So I'm arguing against something that may not even be in there. In case it is, just let me say, the number 5 years is a terrible idea. 3 or 4, 6 or 7, then subject to renewal would all be acceptable. 5 is terrible for this reason. Prop 64 was written so that there can be no monopolies for 5 years. After that, it's open season. So if you're sitting on a board of R.J. Reynolds or Seagram's, the best you can hope for right now is that a bunch of counties in an area that is perfect for growing will all enact 5-year bans, renewable after that, at which point you're eligible to come in and say, we'll put $50 million in your general fund, give us the monopoly. And if anyone is urging 5 years be in there, I'm going to be suspect, are they working on the side with such entities that are not now able to work on the marijuana question because they're on the sidelines as a result of Prop 64. So beware of 5 years if it's there, and I don't even know if it is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Trent Fiorino, District 1. One of the things I hear a lot coming from the pro-grow side is they're always talking about fairness to them. I want to speak on fairness to the citizens of Calaveras, again, who have tried on a couple occasions to get it on a vote. We wanted to vote on this issue. Why were high-priced lawyers brought in to keep it off the ballot? Because they knew how it was going to go. They knew that the citizens of this county don't want this. And is it fair that our vote keeps being taken away? They keep coming up with these delay tactics. That's not fair to us either. You know, our voice is being ignored. And I'm kind of tired of hearing about fairness on their side, how unfair it is to them for this and for that. What about the fairness to us? You know, we're being pushed to have to use whatever part of the political process that can be used to get our voice heard. We want our voice to be heard. And right now, that's all we can do is turn to all of you and ask you, please listen to the citizens of this county. We don't want commercial cultivation in this county. It's bringing pollution into this county that we're not going to be able to get rid of. They talk about the money that's going to be brought into this county and all the wonderful things you're going to be able to do with it. What's going to happen is all that money is going to go towards trying to clean up the pollution in the environment. The pesticides and things that are being used, and sure, you can say, well, those are illegal grows. Well, the illegal grows were welcomed into this county when you did an urgency ordinance, because you opened the door wide open and they said, hey, we like cannabis, come on in and grow it. And they can hide around all the so-called registered grows. That's what this idea of regulation has brought us. It's brought us a lot of illegal activity that is polluting our county. It's going to get into the watershed. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. But we haven't had the runoff yet this year. When it shows up in the lakes, what about the lawsuits that are going to come to us from that? It's going to bankrupt this county. The pollution that's already here is going to take every bit of money that's going to come in from the cannabis grows. In fact, if you took all the money they're making, it probably isn't going to clean up what we already have. So we need to put a stop to it. This is not, we're not taking away their right to smoke pot. We're not taking away the right to grow their personal stash.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Morning.
Hi. There's been an exponential growth of growth sites. And if you don't believe it, look at the county GIS. The sheriff is not able to keep up with what's going on out there. And I am very concerned for law enforcement, for their safety, and for the people that have to go out and do the job that they need to do to stem this. In Washington and Oregon, when they legalized marijuana, 50% of the felonies were cut. In other words, cut in half. And the reason is that the law enforcement were no longer allowed to, if they smell the stuff in the car when they stop it, they cannot do anything. It's illegal. And so therefore they can't go through the car and find the felonies. And so now that's happening in California. And so whatever things that you see happening as felonies, there's a lot more of them out there. And it puts our law enforcement people not only in danger, but it demoralizes them because they have to go out and put their life on the line. And then these people don't get anything but a slap on their hands. And this Cole Amendment that was written for the people that are trying to legalize it in their states, it says Congress has determined that marijuana is a dangerous drug and that illegal distribution of the sale of marijuana is a serious crime that provides a significant source of revenue to large-scale criminal enterprises, gangs, and cartels. The Department of Justice is committed to enforcement of the CSA consistent with those determinations. And of course, I have to skip over a lot of important stuff. These priorities will continue to guide the Department's enforcement of the CSA against marijuana-related conduct. Thus, this memorandum serves as a guidance to the Department attorneys and law enforcement to focus their enforcement resources and efforts, including prosecution, on persons or organizations whose conduct interferes with any one or more of these priorities, regardless of state law.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Mr. McManus?
Good morning. Bill McManus, Chairman of the Committee to Ban Commercial Cultivation. What I see going on right now is a familiar process of misdirection. Some people would liken it to rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. Well, everyone is concerned about the lack of regulation, the failure of the urgency ordinance, the promise of money, all these other issues that grab your attention, grab the attention of others, and everyone spends on it. The one thing that is not being addressed is the environmental threat to our county. As far as I can tell, no one in this county knows what they're finding out there. At least they're not telling anyone. We have site after site after site that has not been assessed and it has not been cleaned up. And if we liken it to the Butte fire, which you're going to be talking about today, the recovery, each site that was cleaned up cost the county an average of $230,000 to make that property safe. That's on a small footprint of a single-family home. If you can extrapolate that out and say how much would a out-of-control or a non-compliant pot grow cost, it's exponentially much higher. So if we have 1,000 grows out there, and I don't know what, no one knows what the number is. Let's say it's 1,000, and it costs $230,000 each to clean them up when they go. That's $230 million. Real easy to do the math. Add a comma and 3 zeros. If that $230,000 is off, and we've been told it's off by at least a factor of 4 from hazmat teams in Sacramento, do the math on that. Pretty soon you're in the billions of dollars. Measure C is not going to pay for any of that. The county is not going to have money for that. There is no source other than state or federal Superfund cleanup monies that can take on something like that. So when you're talking about what we're going to do moving forward, it's easy to remedy most of the public nuisance complaints. They're noise related, generators, dogs, water trucks, parties, whatever. They go away when the grow goes away. What doesn't grow away is the silent killer that is out there now. And those are the chemicals and the contaminants that are being put in the soil and the water of this county. And I don't think you want that as a legacy of this board where you let this happen and Calaveras County becomes a county that none of us recognize anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment, 30-minute limit? Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Ma'am, we've reached our 30-minute limit, so we'll be taking up public comment at the end of the regular agenda. After, that's correct. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, is there any member of the public in the chambers that wish to have any item on the consent agenda pulled for review? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Is there any board member or member of staff that would like to have any item pulled from the consent agenda for review by the board today? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any public comment? Seeing none, back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Moving on to the regular agenda, we'll move to item 17, which is from Health and Human Services Agency, to accept a presentation on the continuum of care reform, a multi-systemic approach to transforming the child welfare system.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services Agency. Today we are here because we wanted to provide your board information about a considerable shift in the way that child welfare services are being delivered statewide and in here in Calaveras County. My colleague, Laura Larson, will be providing more detailed information about that, but before she begins, I wanted to provide a little bit of context as to how this presentation and many of the different projects and work that we're doing in Health and Human Services relate under a larger scale strategic plan that we have in our agency. HHSA recently finalized a strategic plan that was developed by all members of our team and with input from many data points and various other community partners that we've worked with throughout the years. Our strategic plan centers around 4 central themes. Those themes are how we work together, how we listen and work with the community, how we communicate with each other, and how we show up. Today, we'll be providing your board information following more under the theme of how we listen and work with the community. We intend to periodically bring to your board little snippet presentations, 20 minutes or so, that kind of allow us to dive deeper and to provide you with additional information about various endeavors that we are embarking on or are in the process of working on. So with that, I'll turn it over to Laura.
Good morning. My name is Laura Larson, and I'm the Program Manager for Protective Services. I'm honored to stand before you this morning to talk about the innovative things that are happening throughout California in child welfare and how that's impacting Calaveras County. Just swipe it. I apologize. My batteries weren't working, so my boss has to help me out here. Basically, several years ago, the California counties came together and said, look, California has always been in the cutting edge of innovative practices in child welfare. But the problem was is that sometimes those innovative practices, they didn't stick. If you could imagine for a moment walking through a park with a bouquet of balloons, and as you let the balloons go, some of the balloons fly away, some of the balloons get caught in the trees, and they kind of stay there. That was kind of what's been happening in California, is that there's all these innovative practices, but there's nothing really to encompass the practices. So the California Core Practice Model is basically, their efforts are currently underway. It'll go into effect January of 2018. But it's a practice that's going to help guide practice, service delivery, and decision-making. The Core Practice Model builds on the great work that's already been taking place in California, proven practices, research-based, and we know that the efforts work. The Core Practice Model elements, basically over to the left, you'll see these are all of the different programs that encompass the Core Practice Model. Off to the right there, I apologize, you can't really read that, but it's really our behaviors. It's our engagement. It's our assessment with our families. It's planning and service delivery. It's reassessment. It's teaming. And what does teaming mean? Teaming means we're sitting down with our families and with our community. And then, of course, transitions. As you can imagine, there's so much that we're all mandated to do, and some of the promising practices that we know work, they're not mandated, and therefore some counties can't get involved with that. So what we had happen is we had some legislation. It was called AB 403, which is the Continuum of Care Reform. And the reason AB 403 is significant and important is because it looked at the outcomes. What is child welfare doing for the children that they're serving? Are they better off after they've been involved with us? Are they worse off? In 2014, and again, I apologize, you can't read that. In 2014, we had just about 60,000 foster kids in placement in California. Of those 60,000 children, 3,000 of them were in what we call congregate care. Congregate care is a group home. Kristen, can you read the first one there? I can't read that one.
Yeah, over one-third have remained in congregate care longer than 3 years.
And the second one?
About one-third of youth have remained in congregate care for more than 5 years. And finally, 3,000 youth live in group home placements, congregate care.
So basically, for the youth who have mental health needs, behavioral needs, if we can't find them a foster home who is willing and able to meet their needs, oftentimes they get sent to a group home. The group homes could be in county, they could be out of county, and unfortunately, they could also be out of state. The next one. The outcomes for these youth is bleak. What we find is that children who remain in congregate care longer than 2 years, they end up lifelong institutional behaviors. And of course they are, because they're in group homes, and these are not homes that are the nurturing, loving, caring type of care that you would get in a foster home. We also know that youth who stay in congregate care longer than 2 years, they end up in different systems when they're done with child welfare. And those systems, unfortunately, are the mental health systems or the juvenile system. We also know that kids in group homes longer than 2 years, they have lower educational attainment. And the most tragic is that they end up homeless. So what does continuum care reform do? They're services that are coordinated and they're seamless. Basically, what are we doing as an agency, and how are we connecting with all the other providers in the community to serve the needs not only of our children, but of our families? They're active family and youth participation. For a very long time, child welfare has been the experts in everyone's family. So someone comes to our attention, we do an assessment, we do an investigation, we look at the family and we say, this is what you're doing wrong and this is what you need to get right. How does that ever even make sense? Continuum of care really causes us to stop and pause, and we ask the family and their community and their people, their tribe, whoever it might be, to sit down at the table with child welfare and collectively talk about what are we worried about, what's working well with this family, and what are our next steps to get the family on their own. It promotes positive outcomes for youth and families and mutual accountability across all systems and agencies. And this is done through and the most important piece, and I didn't put it on there because I wanted to make sure I spoke about this, is that it's reducing the amount of children being placed in group homes. So now kids can only stay in a group home for up to 30 days. And after that 30 days, there has to be a reassessment. And we need to be actively looking for a foster home for that child. Resource Family is one of the programs that went into effect January of 2017, and basically it's looking at the foster homes that we are licensing, and anyone who wants to be a foster caregiver, from the start, they are licensed to be an adoptive home. Meaning, say they take a child into their home, and then for some reason, several months later, the child does not reunify. That Resource Family can actually adopt. They don't have to stop and pause and go through another adoption process. It's done at the very beginning. It also helps us look at, in the very beginning of someone wanting to be a foster parent, they have to go through a psychosocial assessment. So that psychosocial assessment really gives us an in-depth understanding and view as to the person's background, their upbringing, their child rearing, maybe some traumas that they may have experienced in their life, and we have a better idea of what children would be a better fit for them. The other program that is part of continuing care reform is Quality Parenting Initiative. If we're saying children are not served well in group homes and we need them to be in foster homes, well, we have to better equip our foster parents how to handle these children who have behaviors and who have mental health needs. And so the Quality Parenting Initiative really looks at the quality of parents that are coming in and saying, how do we support you? How do we train you? And how do we get you to be able to care for our children who already have a lot of needs before they come into their home and meet those needs and have it be a successful placement? KDA is something that you may have already heard. KDA went into effect. It was a lawsuit in the LA County back in 2012. But KDA just makes sure that any child that comes to the attention of child welfare, and we have an open child welfare case, that they are being referred to mental health for an assessment. This is to make sure that no child falls through the cracks and that a mental health need is not being met. Linkage, AB 429 is family unification. This is another great program where families, before they come to the attention of child welfare, if they're receiving CalWorks benefits, the CalWorks benefits can continue for the mother or the father. If their children are brought into care, well, they can continue to get services. Linkage also helps pay for programs that maybe the county cannot pay for the family. Parent Partners. Parent Partners is a wonderful program where we take parents who have gone through the child welfare process. What does that mean? Their children have been removed, and they successfully reunified, and their children were returned to their care. These folks come back as mentors, and they're mentors to our parents who are currently going through child welfare, to kind of help explain the process of what's going on, to support them, and most importantly, to encourage them that today might feel really terrible and the worst day of your life, but please know that together as a team we can get through this, and your children can be returned to you as well. Safety Organized Practice. Safety Organized Practice is a wonderful program that provides tools for social workers how to engage our families, how to sit down at the table with our families, how to balance our assessments. As I mentioned before, child welfare has always done really great at looking at families like, what have they done wrong? What's the bad things that have happened? But we haven't always been successful in looking at their successes. Child welfare gives us this balance. We have to look at what's working well for the family, and we have to look at our worries with the family. And the tools involved with Safety Organized Practice gives us that balance. Bringing it all together, you may ask, well, what does this got to do with Calaveras County? I'm happy to report that January of 2017, Calaveras County implemented the RFA program. Prior to January, this county, we did not do foster care. We used our foster care agencies. So now we have about 14 homes that are currently being assessed, and we have, by the end of the year, we'll have about 40 RFA homes that actively will have foster kids placed with them and open to other kids who come into care. What's also interesting about RFA is that it's a real focus on family. So if someone's children are brought into care, we are actively searching and looking for relatives in the community, friends, families, relatives, who can come and be the caregiver. This reduces the trauma that the children feel by going into a stranger's home, by putting them with an aunt or an uncle or a grandma or a grandpa. QPI, Calaveras County, volunteered to be a county. We are the 22nd county in the state to be a QPI county, and we just actually finished our Resource Family branding process. So we're really excited about bringing that to Calaveras County. CFTs went into effect. A CFT is a child family team meeting. And basically what that is any time that child welfare is making a decision about a family, we are having a child family team meeting. Everyone is invited to the table. Therapists, the mother, the father, the family, the community, the tribe, their churches, whoever the family identifies as their support people, they're being invited to the table, and the table could be in their house, it could be in the community, it could be at my office. And we're talking about what are the needs of this child, what are the needs of this parent, and how do we collectively as a group support the family to get them to a better place. CFTs have been active since January, and we are very, very, very busy doing CFTs. Within the CFTs, we talk about placement. We talk about case plans. What do the parents and the child need in order to help them move them to a different space? Most importantly as well, we're doing commercial sexually exploited youth MDTs. So any youth that we believe is at risk of being exploited, we are actually having MDT meetings for that as well. Parent partners, as of May 2017, we have 3 parent partners. And these folks go over to our dependency court, and if there's a parent that's interested in having a mentor, they work with them, and they're volunteers doing that right now. KDA has been in effect in Calaveras County for some time. Same with linkage. Safety Organized Practice is in the implementation process. We've been doing that since about September of last year. I actually come to this county with about 2 years of experience in the Safety Organized Practice work. I just want to share 2 success stories. In September, we had a father that 2 of his 3 children were already in the process of being referred off to adoptions because the mother was not successful in reunification, and nor was the father. They had a younger child who was born in the process of the case being open, and that baby was in the process of being sent off to adoptions as well. So what we did is we held a family team meeting, and we brought the father in, we brought the mother in, and all their support people. And we looked at how is this family different today as opposed to a year ago when they first came to our attention? And what we found was that there was a lot working well for the family. The father was sober. The father had a job. If you would have looked at him a year prior, you would have been like, nope, this is not going to work. He's not a safe father. But a year later, we were able to see there is something going right in this father's life that we can reconsider whether or not we can reunify his children. I will make a long story short. We went back to court and we asked the judge, can we please have an opportunity to work with this father again? And it's called a 387, where we reinitiated reunification services. The children were not sent to adoptions, and I will tell you, last month, those children went home. Well, they went home to their father in January, but we closed his case in last month. So 3 children who were going off to adoptions were reunified with their father. And that is all because of the folks in the county, the child welfare staff willing to stop for a moment, pause, take a look at what happened in the past, but also to reassess what was happening today, and to see, is there enough safety that we could reconsider this father? And we did that. And I stand here this morning to tell you, I have many other stories that I can tell you has happened in this county. So that's the most exciting piece, because not a lot of people have a happy perspective about child welfare if we come to your door. People say we take children and we don't ever give them back. And I think sometimes that's true. But I think now there's a shift in child welfare, and I really think that we are more motivated in sitting down and talking with the family and really partnering with them. Instead of being the boss and telling them what they need, we're talking with them and saying, what do you need? If you're struggling with meth use, what do you think would help you get rid of that habit? And actually listening to them. That's key to that. With all the changes that's happening, and there's so much more coming, we always have to, be mindful of funding. With funding, the core practice model provides a theoretical framework for the continuum of care. However, it's the CCR legislation that mandates the use of programs and practices that tend to improve child welfare incomes. As I mentioned before, the balloon's floating away. Some counties just don't have the same revenues as other counties, LA County, for example. So promising practices, they float away because they can't stick. We don't have the money for that. But when legislation comes down the pike and legislation says, you will do this, well, what do you have to do? You have to do it. So there is some funding that has been provided, but some funding for CCR activities is provided through state and federal revenues, but the funding is based on estimates, and it doesn't really reflect the time and the staffing involved in doing this work. In closing, the Calaveras County Health and Human Service Agency, together with local government and community partners, are working together to ensure all families served receive quality interventions and ensure every voice, the parents, the youth, the community, have a venue to share concerns and their successes. I don't say that as just a blurb on my closing or just something to say. If someone comes to our attention, we are sitting with their support people. We know it takes a village to raise a family. And you all up there might someday be called to come to a team decision meeting, a CSEC MPT meeting, or a family team meeting. Because all of our families, you never know when something's going to happen, and we have to come together and support each other. And so this is something that we truly, truly believe, and it's actually working. It's having positive impact on our families in Calaveras County. Together, we are dedicated to encouraging and strengthening our community in hopes of helping families overcome barriers, nurturing change, and improving lives. And with that, I really thank you for your time for listening to us.
I have a question before you leave. Very nice presentation, thank you. But I'm kind of wondering where the newly formed Calaveras CASA program fits into all of this, and if you are intertwining this program with the new CASA.
Absolutely. So CASA is very new. They're independent of child welfare, but we are partnering with them. And one of the things that I'm excited about CASA is that it's another support for our youth. It's another voice for the youth, especially if the youth are too young. We just now have 2 folks being sworn in to be CASAs, and we're really excited about that, because what I do know as a social worker, as a supervisor, and now as a manager, sometimes we get caught up in the hustle and bustle of work, and sometimes we don't have that moment to pause and just to really be reflective and listen to maybe what the child has to say. And CASA is going to provide that voice for us, so we're very excited about partnering with them. Any other questions?
Further questions?
This is not. I'll take care of it. Oh.
I just wanted to provide just a little closing remark about this. During the county strategic planning process, we, as department heads, were asked what was on our radar, what were some of the trends that we were seeing, et cetera. And during that session, I shared that we were seeing, in Health and Human Services, we were seeing the change towards this client-centered, holistic service delivery at the local level. And I think today is kind of an example of what I meant behind that. This is not, this continuum of care reform is so much bigger than just child welfare. This is the community. This is public health services, behavioral health services, the courts, the law enforcement. This is so much bigger. And did it come with enough money? No. I don't think things really do come with enough money. But we know that it's already providing some preliminary positive results. Our primary focus is ensuring the safety of the youth of our community, hands down. And the research is telling us that this is the way that we can kind of move towards that direction. So I just wanted to, again, kind of tie that up a little bit, that child welfare, no one's ever really happy when we're involved, but our aim as an agency is to ensure that our team is providing professional, compassionate, essential services, and that those services, when their families are receiving those services, that they're feeling respected and that they're feeling that there's hope. And that's really, really important to us. We have a team of amazing, educated, passionate individuals that are part of Health and Human Services. They're taking part at state level work groups to actually craft policy that we're going to then be responsible for delivering. And we're really proud of that. So I just kind of wanted to add that last 2 cents.
Further questions of staff by the board?
I just want to make a quick statement. You guys do incredibly hard work, and it is really work that impacts people and their lives and their future and all of our lives. And I want to thank you very much. There are a lot of jobs in the county that I think some of us think we can do, like pick up a shovel pretty good. And I might be all right at math, but the shoulders that it takes to carry the load that you and your staff do every day to keep the children and the families together is exceptional, and I admire it greatly. Thank you.
Supervisor Mills.
Kristen, during the strategy session, the one statement that you made that I still rings is the words client-centered. It's just something that we all have to focus on, but having been a foster parent with my wife for 3 kids, you realize that the ages of 14 to 18 is the critical time. And you either can turn them around and get them graduated from high school and start them on a career, or they're going to go somewhere else, and that's going to be a very big expense to society. So it's important that we really grasp hold of those 14 to 18-year-olds and try to see where we can put them into an environment that gives them the opportunity to emulate what it is that makes a successful family, because they didn't come from one. So they're sponges at that point. They're wanting to know what it is that's right and how to make it work. So if there's families out there that don't see the importance of it, maybe this is a challenge for you. I'm putting it out there. Take that opportunity to go be a part of this, because it will change you as well. Thank you.
Seeing no further requests by the board.
Just to point, all three of my kids, foster kids, they're still kids. We're successful.
Public comment? Any public comment? Seeing no public comment, Madam Clerk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Item 18 is from the Auditor Controller to introduce and waive reading of an ordinance establishing qualifications for the Office of the Auditor Controller, amending Ordinance 526, Section 2, 1969, and approve a summary publication of the ordinance.
Hi, Rebecca Callan, Auditor Controller. This is something that I've talked about doing since I took office, and it's something that my predecessor tried to bring forward to the Board of Supervisors right before she retired. In addition, I know that the former Treasurer Tax Collector tried to bring something together for qualifications of office before she retired. And at that point, the Board of Supervisors did not pass it. Their feeling was that by putting qualifications that are allowed under the government code in force, that may limit the allowance of people to run for office. I think at that point when that decision was made, there was an idea that elected department heads were more administrative in nature, and that we all had staff to do the work. And the reality is, we're not administrative in nature, and we don't have staff to do all the work. So by not having qualifications for positions such as mine puts the county in a pretty dire situation. We're one of the few counties that actually doesn't have these qualifications passed. Most counties do have qualifications for office of Auditor Controller. So most of my colleagues are kind of shocked that we don't have anything in place. Really, the only thing you have to have is you have to be registered to vote, meaning you have to live in the county and you have to be 18. We currently have, under our ordinance, an outdated qualifications for office, but it doesn't apply. And so it just gets ignored when any filing for office occurs. Even when I filed for office, I had asked, are these qualifications valid? And at that point, council said, no, they're not, because government code had changed from the point that this ordinance was passed. So at that point, we had no qualifications for office and continue to not have qualifications for office. So I'm asking that we update the ordinance, the existing ordinance, and replace the language that would be in line with what the current government code is, which is that you would have to have a CPA, or you would have to have a bachelor's degree with similar fiscal responsibilities and continuous service in those duties. You could have a certificate from an Institute of Internal Auditors, or you've served as a county auditor or a deputy auditor or assistant auditor for a period of not less than 3 years. I think that it's imperative. I'm also adding that there be qualifications for maintaining office. I have always acted as though these qualifications were in place, so I always made sure I did my continuing education every single year. I think it's really important that we stay apprised of what's coming down the pike, whether it's governmental accounting standard statements that are changing or changes with the State Controller's Office. I think what's important to understand is that the role of the Auditor Controller has changed throughout the years. It used to be a lot less dynamic reporting, a lot less mandated reporting, And I think what has happened throughout the years is it has become way more rigorous, much more difficult to do all of the reporting that's necessary. And I think the basis was to try to make the reporting be more in line with transparency for the public, although a lot of what we're having to do, the general public would have no idea what those financial statements are saying. So many of the financial statements that we're putting together are really used by bond rating agencies, by leasing companies, by bond holders or people who are interested in purchasing bonds. But it seems like a lot of the statements that are being required under GASB now are kind of more in line with that. But that has created a mandate on my office and on the role of auditor controller that makes it fairly difficult from where it came from. So I think it's really important to have these qualifications in place. And that's all I've got.
Question of the auditor? I have a couple of questions. For your presentation, you said that our qualifications for the auditor are outdated, but they're what's legal on the books.
They're not, no.
They're not
They're
legal,
there, they're there,
the
but
county's
we just ignore them.
qualifications. Have we ever explored changing that? Do you have any history on that?
I just know that when I filed for office, I asked with regards to the qualifications that were on the books at that time, and the opinion that I received from Jim Jones at that point, and I know that Karen Varney, that's who it went to, that they didn't apply because the government code had changed subsequent to those being adopted. So the ordinance language is missing sections of the government code. So his opinion was that they couldn't be followed because of that. So in essence, they don't exist.
And you applied when, Ms. Keller?
That was in 2010.
10?
Yeah.
So for the last 6 years at least, we've been kind of flying blind, huh?
Yeah, and I didn't bring them forward. I did not bring this forward as soon as I took office because that board was not interested in passing qualifications for office. They actually rejected my predecessor and the treasurer tax collector at that time from bringing forward qualifications for office. So strategically, that wasn't a good board to bring qualifications for office to. I was going to bring it forward with the following board, but we had a lot of other pressing items to deal with. And now I just would like to get it done. I've talked about it since I took office. I put it in my recommended budget memo that I wanted to bring this forward, so I'm bringing it forward.
County Council, would it be pertinent to maybe fix our qualifications before we even consider, fix our ordinance before we even consider qualifications? Make
That's
sure
what this is doing.
They adhere to current law?
That is what this is doing.
Okay. So we're fixing our ordinance with this?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
For this position, but there's other elected positions. Does the ordinance affect those also?
No, because that had not been adopted. Qualifications for the other offices haven't been adopted.
Correct. Our current ordinance is only specific to the Auditor Controller's office. I will certainly look at the opinion that you referenced before I got to the county to review that. But what is before you is introduction of a new ordinance that would essentially bring our county code as it relates to the Auditor Controller's position in line with what is allowed under the government code.
What is before us here, naming these 4 bullet points, is within government code. It's not adding anything or subtracting anything as far as auditor, controller, and government code.
It's the government code.
It is government.
Mm-hmm.
And as I understand this correctly, the current government code require one of the following in order to file for office or maintain office.
Mm-hmm.
Bullet points, valid certificate of California Board of Accountants and CPA, a degree, Bachelor of Science, well, actually a BA, and a certificate from an internal auditors organization for the Institute, and a person who has served as county auditor, deputy auditor, or assistant auditor for a continuous period of not less than 3 years. In your presentation, you spoke about our surrounding counties and things. What are their requirements? What are their status? Are they requiring CPAs?
They're the exact same requirements.
I'm
They're
sorry,
the
what?
exact same requirements. They're the exact same requirements.
Exact same requirements?
Yes.
What is the majority of the counties in a similar situation? Do they have CPAs as auditors?
Some have CPAs, some don't.
Do you have any-
Some
do you
are
have any data on that?
assistant auditors that have become auditors. Some are like me, where it's a bachelor's or master's degree in accountancy or a similar field with a background in accounting. It's kind of an array. And some of them would take, some of them were kind of homegrown within the respective department. A lot of auditor controllers' offices used to have CPA programs in them. With a lot of changes that occurred with regards to how you can get your CPA, those programs are going away because you can't homegrow your CPAs anymore because there's not an independence in an auditor controller's office because you can't necessarily do an internal audit, which auditing is a portion in order to get your required hours to get certified as a CPA. And you can't be independent to do those audits. So I know that a lot of counties are looking at maybe pairing up with another county and having their staff audit another county's staff under that respective CPA. So I think we're going to see a change where there's probably going to be less and less CPAs actually becoming auditor controllers because you can make more money as a CPA outside of the public sector. And so you might see a lot more where it's kind of a bachelor's, master's degree, a certificate in internal audits, or prior deputies or assistants coming forward.
So, you qualify as an auditor position under these requirements? Under the bachelor?
I qualified with these requirements even if they had been in place when I originally.
Okay. Is it the bachelor or the bachelor? What do you qualify? What bullet items out of these four?
It's number 2 with 5 years of senior fiscal management. It's not just having a bachelor's degree. It's having a bachelor's degree or equivalent and having that extensive fiscal management responsibility.
Give me a second here, please. That's a degree with accredited university or college or other four-year institution with a major accounting. Okay. I agree with the 3 of the 4 bullet points, but I have a problem with the 4th one. I think this might have been misleading at time, not during your term of service, Ms. Cowan. I'm just trying to look towards the future here. I agree with you that the qualification must be updated.
Well, I think.
It's the government code, so I don't know if we can pick and choose.
If you have an auditor that resigns or dies or something, then the board appoints. And if they serve for the 3 years and finish the term, then they can run for that office. I think is what it's trying to do.
I see. So that's kind of a temporary position then.
It's not. This is not about an appointment. This is about running for office. So you could be the assistant auditor controller or the deputy auditor controller. It doesn't mean you're guaranteed the position of auditor controller. You still have to file for office. You still have to run for office, and it's dependent on the electorate.
But we have the right to appoint if you don't finish the term.
If I got hit by a bus,
yes,
you would.
we have the right, and I think this is what it's trying to address is that situation, in my opinion.
No, actually, the 4th bullet is actually a provision of the government code. It was actually taken directly verbatim out of the government code. It's Government Code 26945D, and that is one of 4 ways that you could qualify to run. And so it's for, it's not just to address filling vacancies, it is actually a qualification to be eligible to run for office.
and I understand. It is by law, the audit controller position, one that has to be elected.
It is not a constitutional position,
not, yeah.
if that's what you're referring to.
So, yeah. Here in California, here in Calaveras, we do have an elected auditor, obviously, per an ordinance, our ordinance.
Yep. Most counties, not all of the counties, but most of the counties do have an elected auditor controller, an elected, and they either have an elected treasurer, tax collector, or it's a combined office. The only constitutional officers would be the assessor, the sheriff, and the district attorney.
So in essence, if I completed 3 years of a accredited university and was a auditor or a deputy auditor or assistant auditor for a continuous period of not less than 3 years, I could actually run for this office, couldn't I? Because I meet that fourth requirement. Not that I would, Ms. Gallen. Please understand.
You want to come over and be my assistant?
I wouldn't want you.
You actually would just have to qualify for one of them. So if you were the deputy auditor in another county and you chose to move here, that's it. You can run for office. If you move here,
and you can hold that office.
And you can hold that office. You just had to have been a deputy auditor here or in another county for not less than 3 years. And that deputy auditor would not have necessarily been required to have a bachelor's degree.
Yeah, that's right. How do you feel about that, being an auditor? Do you think that's a good position for the county?
Well, I don't think we can pick and choose. This is the government code. So this is what the state is allowing us under government code to allow for minimum qualifications. So I don't believe that we can pick the two that we want. It's one of the 4 bullet points.
Kind of all or nothing. Right.
That's my understanding.
Is that correct, Counsel?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on this, the 4th bullet, number D. It's not just about appointing, because, for instance, if somebody who served in a different jurisdiction were to relocate to Calaveras County and wanted to run for office here, for whatever reason, it wasn't a requirement that they have a bachelor's degree or where they would qualify under A, B, or C, but they did hold one of the positions that would qualify them to run for office in D. That is what the government code allows for. It is one of the 4 options. That's what the government code provides. But it's not just for someone who has been in these positions local. I mean, certainly that would be an option where, for instance, if there was a deputy county auditor who wanted to run for that position, whether it be against the current auditor controller, or if the auditor controller wasn't running to remain or keep the seat, that would be another option for them to qualify to at least reach the ballot.
Okay.
And that, I don't go down this road, but that being said, if they were an auditor somewhere else, they would have to qualify under the other 3 bullet points in order to get their 3 years in.
I was just meaning if they were, for instance, a chief deputy county auditor, which is one of the allowances under D.
But by not doing anything, you're basically saying you just need to be 18 and registered to vote. And I would really ask you to think about that, because we don't have staff in place to do the complex accounting that this position is doing. We just don't. We went from 13 staff in the auditor controller's office to 9. Those positions that we no longer have, those were the higher level positions. Those were accountant auditor 2s that had high experience levels with accounting, that had high levels of ability. We don't have them anymore. So that work falls on me. And so I just think it's important that we ensure that we have qualifications that if I get hit by a bus or decide I don't want to run anymore or win the lotto, walk off on the sunset, that you have someone who can come in and be, you know, a good member of this county and who can still carry on a role, because there really is a role for this position, and it's not an administrative role. It's a in-the-weeds accountant. So.
You mentioned that you don't have sufficient staff to complete the role of the auditor's office, and what have we done to increase that staff and solve that problem? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I want the public to understand what the situation is. So give your answer towards that, if you will.
We were able to get one staff person in, but that was really because of all of the cost accounting and emergency work that needed to be done. There's an extensive amount of accounting when we take on public assistance grants and the CDAA grants, and that was an additional role I could not absorb myself. So something had to give, and I didn't think that that was a good place to just dump it. So we did request an additional staff person, an account tech for at that time, and then they have been working on the, and for two reasons. Number one, we were one person deep in payroll, which is not a good place to be, and the backup for payroll is me, which is not a good place to be. So I asked for that account tech to help back payroll up so that we could get some continuity there, and then also work on the emergency cost accounting that needed to be done, whether it be Butte Fire and then it was Winter Storm. So that's what that position is for. But in order, in essence, to try to take work off of me, really nothing. We haven't added any additional high-level staff that can do that. And I already have my entire office working out of class as it is, just to do what we need to do. So.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. Supervisor Mills, do you have questions?
Just a couple things here. I know that the CE time that's mentioned comes right out of the Business and Professions Code. However, the code is very quiet on the fact that if anybody doesn't meet those CE time requirements, there's no penalty for not doing it.
No,
which is kind of weird.
Probably like a public flogging if someone asked a PRA to see proof of whatever, but yeah.
Scare somebody to death with that. And I understand the importance of succession planning. I refer to Mono County because there are counties that are so small that they can't find anybody. And secondly, succession planning is a very critical element to how that department continues to function going forward. I'm concerned whether or not, do we need to be more or less strict? In other words, must we accept the Business and Profession Code in its entirety, or can we make any modifications to it to ensure we have a good, sound succession plan?
Generally, local jurisdictions have the ability to make your local laws more strict than state law.
But not less.
But not less, typically.
Okay. Maybe I should have looked her way.
That's why I looked that way.
Question. So the point is that I think I would defer to your background to decide whether or not bullet point 4 is valuable enough to keep in there, or whether this board should consider removing it. And I also have to think about succession planning when we talk about it.
And again, it's not, in reading the government code, it's that whole section that we would be adopting. We're not picking and choosing which section, is my understanding.
What you're proposing is that it is identical to the government code. So it would dovetail straight across the board with state law, is what she is proposing to the board.
Maybe I should rephrase the question. And that if someone had, bullet point 4 had that level of experience and nothing more, would that present a specific challenge to a department if that was to occur, that was the only level of experience they had, and then they suddenly came from Mono County and said, I'm qualified to do this? You see where I'm going?
There's always going to be, whether we took a, deputy auditor from another county that didn't have any requirements to be a deputy county or to be a deputy auditor controller, or what's our, so there's different opinions as to what 5 years of senior fiscal management is. So that's always something that is a potential, but right now we have nothing. So I'm asking for us to have something.
So you're suggesting to adopt it as it is right now, and if we want to come back and look at bullet point number 4 a little more closely or have a better definition, that's something we could do in the future?
Yes.
Council, then we cannot accept this ordinance unless we have all 4 qualifications. We can't drop bullet point 4 on our own then. Is that correct?
Yes.
Making that making that more strict than state law?
Yes, we could. We can be more strict. We can't be less strict.
Right.
So
am I correct in that assumption?
Correct. If that is what the board wished to do, you can make things more restrictive than state law. Typically, for staff, if it dovetails with state law, that is typically what is recommended, but that is certainly within the board's discretion to do.
I just want to make sure the board understood that.
I'm concerned, Chair, that another person would come into that position having had that level of experience, in essence, in name only. And that might create some additional challenges down the road. It's just a thought.
Any further questions of Ms. Callen by the board? Council?
I would just note, granted, every jurisdiction is different with different minimum qualifications. This would certainly be up to Ms. Callen because she is the department head bringing this forward. But from at least what I have experienced, positions that are higher level chief deputies, chief assistant assessors typically have a minimum qualification that would include, for instance, a bachelor's degree or a master's degree or something else, which may qualify them in one of the other levels. I'm just putting that out there that the likelihood that there would be a single candidate that only qualified for the ballot under D and D alone is probably fairly limited.
It's going to be pretty small. Most of the assistants would qualify under item 2, or they might qualify under item 1, depending on if they're from a larger county that had a CPA program.
I have a question.
Supervisor Tofinelli.
Is there currently anybody in your office other than you that meets any of these qualifications?
My assistant does.
Your assistant does?
Actually, all of my management staff have a bachelor's degree in accounting or a similar qualification. My assistant actually has a master's degree in accounting. And I think the issue with the accountant auditor ones that I have is that I don't know if I could argue that they have the 5 years of senior fiscal management, depending on what level we're talking about. But my assistant does qualify under 2.
And several would qualify under the bullet point number 4?
One would qualify. My assistant would qualify under 4.
Thank you.
But most counties, if you look at their assistant or their deputy classification, the bachelor's is a requirement as well.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Callen. Public comment?
Alistair Gallen, Taxpayer Association. Good morning. Barely. We recommend that you approve this. We've reviewed it. and we communicated with the auditor. And we particularly like the idea of the auditor being elected by the public, not appointed by the Board of Supervisors who spend money. Makes sense. Works good. Thank you.
Mr. Fry?
As a taxpayer and constituent in the county, I would recommend that you approve what the auditor controller is recommending.
Bill McManus, Calaveras County. This battle's been going on for some time as far as going back to the Linda churches, and we've had discussions about it, where the auditor needs to be viewed as independent from the board because they monitor the board to some degree. At the same time, you're trying to find people that are most qualified for it, and it's not going to be a popularity race. So there seems to be some conflict there of trying to get both things done. When you look at county government now, we have an excellent CAO. He's not elected. He was chosen based on his qualifications. Same with planning director, environmental health. There's lots of department heads that were selected because of their skill sets and not because they were popular in the county. In fact, they may not even be from this county. So if you can strike that balance where the first thing we need is someone who can do the job, whether they're appointed or elected. You've got to have those skill sets there. It's an important job. And then how do you protect that office from interference by the governing board? So I don't know how you quite get that, but one thing could happen. If there's a vacancy in the office, if it's an elected position, you've got to do things a certain way. If the board, if you had a vacancy in the office, the board could elect to appoint someone temporarily. There's no election required. Elections aren't required. It's not a constitutional office. You could even move to hiring an accounting firm. They could take over that function and do it for the county until a replacement was hired. And if you do have someone who is qualified and you appoint them, maybe you put some sort of buffer in between them and the board of supervisors, whether it be the county administrative officer, or maybe you put some restriction on what it would take to get rid of them. And I hate to say it that way, but if they weren't doing the job, would the board be able to do that with 3 votes, or would it be better for a supermajority of 4 votes? Or would it come on the recommendation of the county administrative officer that goes to the board? So I think the number one job is to get the skill sets. And I don't think you need to worry about it being an elected office because it's not a constitutional office, just like the clerk recorder and the elections official. So if you go for the best, there's a way to get them and there's a way to keep them. If you get to a point where no one's qualified, then you don't want to have an election at that point. You want the board to be able to fill that position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Ms. Remke.
Vicki Ranke, Angels Camp. I want to encourage you to approve this request. I know as a voter, you do want to know that there's some qualification before somebody can get onto a ballot. And actually, the person serving for county auditor, controller, that might be a minimum. But think about it. What if we had nobody that had the other qualifications come forward to put their papers in? At least they had to be a controller and auditor somewhere, so they start at a. So anyway, that I guess what am I saying is that doesn't bother me as a voter, but it looks like this is a really important thing to have, so that when we vote for our auditor controller, we know that there were some criteria to them being able to run. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none. Additional, Ms. Callen? All right. Bring it back to the board. Any board discussion?
I would have a problem with it with the last one with 3 years. I'd like to see that raised to 10 years or 8 years.
Speaking of the microphone, Mr. Thank you.
I said I'd like to see the last part that's for 3 years. I'd like to see that raised to either 8 or 10 years, and I'd be comfortable with it. Otherwise, I'm not comfortable with it.
Further comments? Supervisor Tofinelli.
That was bullet number 4 that you're talking about, where it
Yes.
says 3 years. You'd like to see it either 8 or 10?
Yeah, because just to be a carpenter, you have to do a 4-year apprenticeship. I mean, and that's just to get in the first stage of being a journeyman. So I just find it to be lacking. And it seems to be arbitrary, just thrown in, like somebody came up with 3 years or something. I just don't see the skill sets being set on anything. In my trade, it took 10 to 15 years to get to the position where I was comfortable at my trade.
Supervisor Clapp, would you consider a 5-year?
8. I dropped from 10 to 8.
I think the one thing I want to say, though, the Office of Auditor Controller is not an easy one. We do not make friends. We are not the people that you're wanting to hear from ever. So, we don't have a lot of friends among departments. I will say that. And so, unless you have really thick skin, you're probably not going to make it 8 or 10 years. It's not going to be worth we get personally attacked on a regular basis, Supervisor Clapp. And I can handle it. Not everyone can. And so I would caution that you may never find someone who will stay in this position as Auditor Controller or as the position as Deputy Auditor Controller, Assistant Auditor Controller for 8 or 10 years. There's just potentially a limit on how much difficulty they want to deal with.
So of the 4 classifications, what is the most strict, most difficult to attain?
The CPA.
And which one would be the easiest to attain? Would be a number 4, correct?
Would be number 4.
Because number 2 actually is 4 years of accounting work plus some time physically doing it somewhere. So we're talking at least 5 years there. That's why I say 4 at 3 years just seems a little light in my world, knowing how difficult it is to get to those other 3 levels. That 4th one is not difficult at all, and it may open us up to someone who could create a problem for us in the future, and I just want to be sure that that's understood. I understand succession planning, but also understand this would be a cheap and easy way to get into it if they wanted to.
I would also agree that time should be more than 3 years. I would look at 5 years. But that's just my personal view right now. Further comments by the board?
I'd be willing to go to 5.
I'll support 5 as well.
We need a unanimous.
Well, actually, I think we need to, we probably need a motion with that change. Is that right, counsel?
The motion can certainly include that change. This is just an introduction to an ordinance. It will be coming back for adoption after it's been published. So it doesn't require a unanimous vote to introduce and waive the reading of an ordinance. It's a simple majority.
Okay. So we can bring this action item to a vote with that change? That's what I'm understanding? That's correct?
Chair, I would like to make a motion with the amendment to bullet point number 4 to make the continuous period not less than 5 years and to accept it as stated.
Been moved by Supervisor Mills.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any further public comment on this issue? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no.
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, thank you. And I will get the updated language to you, Diane. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 12 o'clock hour, a little bit past. Obviously, we're going to be here for the afternoon hour. This time we've taken a break. Madam Clerk, back at 1:40, would that work for you? 1:30 would work for you? Gentlemen and staff, 1:30 it will be. We'll reconvene at 1:30.
So did you see this thing? Sorry.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Madam Clerk.
Item 19 is from the Administrative Office to authorize the Chair of the Board to sign the first amended and restated MOU for implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act in the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Basin by supporting formation of the Eastside San Joaquin Groundwater Sustainability Agency.
Good afternoon, Brian Moss, Administrative Office, and just as cited in that introduction, is what we're going to be requesting the board to do today. On September 16th of 2014, Governor Brown signed 3 bills into law, bringing the first Sustainable Groundwater Management Act into fruition at the state of California. We also call that SGMA for short. SGMA allows for, and we've gone through this before, but as a brief reminder, SGMA allows for local agencies or a combination of local agencies overlying a groundwater basin to form groundwater sustainability agencies. On May 23rd, the board took action through resolution declaring their intent to become a GSA under the SGMA, so Groundwater Sustainability Agency under SGMA. By taking this action, that really put Calaveras County, bought Calaveras County a seat at the table, if you will, as it applies to what actually happens in the groundwater basin, which I will remind the board is that we're concerned with the 70 square miles that covers the East San Joaquin groundwater basin. Okay? That's what has been in the past. That is what has been under Bulletin 118 of Department of Water Resources. It is now going to be a different basin, as we know, called the East Side Basin, which includes not only Calaveras County Water District, the County of Stanislaus, and the Rock Creek Water District, but also the County of Calaveras at this point. Those 3 agencies had initially put together a memorandum of understanding by the June deadline. It was a little late. We got came into the game just a little bit late to go ahead and agree to form the new groundwater basin. So what has happened since then, since the board's action on May 23rd, we have been added to the memorandum of understanding. The other option was a JPA, but CCWD, County of Stanislaus, Rock Creek Water District all agreed just amend the MOU. And that's what you have before you today is the amended MOU. And you can see that there's really some minor changes there. But the bottom line is CCWD went ahead and got this information drafted up. And what I'm asking the board today to do is to sign on to this memorandum of understanding, at which point the other 3 agencies will also sign on along with us. So this is the next step in the process. I would remind the board that we are eventually going to be adopting a groundwater sustainability plans. Okay, all groundwater is managed. How to gain sustainability in our basin. Now, we're kind of in a little bit of an unusual circumstance because really we're a bit more of a source basin or a source county. We certainly know that. The drawdown in the Central Valley, especially the southern valley, is tremendous, and that's just from agricultural production mainly. But the reality is we look at our little slice of this. Really, we are more source than drawdown. But again, this will help maintain the fact that we will gain sustainability as a basin in the new East Side groundwater basin. So, with that, is there any questions? Are there any questions?
Questions, Mr.
Well,
Moss?
I would ask Supervisor Mills, since he's our water expert on our board with his background, his opinion of this MOU. But I really, before that, would like to point out that I'm totally in favor of this thing because it gives us a seat at the board, and anybody that drives Highway 26 from the county line going towards Stockton can certainly see that groundwater basin is under attack, completely under attack by San Joaquin County. And there's even more acreage that's been ripped just recently to add at least several hundred more acres into what's already growing and growing and growing. So this gives us a seat at the board to where we can at least have some way of at least attempting to control some of what's going on, because it is immensely, over the last couple of years, is just completely under attack. So I defer to Supervisor Mills and his opinion, since he is our water expert.
Well, to explain, the agreement, the MOU, actually puts us in a special place because our portion of it in Stanislaus and Calaveras County are unique. Because we are sources, we're not the beneficiary of the problem. But the Calaveras County Water District has taken action even 25 years ago to establish 70 monitoring wells within that area for the sole purpose of getting baseline data to prove exactly what are our needs and what are our demands down there. I've referred to many times over in these meetings to the other agencies that where are you going to get your water from? You're going to need to supply some type of conjunctive use here into that groundwater as a backfill. And the only place you're going to get it is from the source counties. So the agreements are going to have to come from that. But I would rather that we not do the direct work. And that's why the TAC is probably going to be formed from Stan County and CCWD, because they're the ones that are going to be helping to provide the framework by which that transfer takes place, and it indeed will be a transfer. So if there's a need in San Joaquin County, for instance, to backfill for those nut trees that are being planted, they're going to have to get it off of our abandoned water, which will probably in the future no longer be abandoned because we will be selling it to them rather than abandoning it. We are currently abandoned about 27,000 acre feet per year on just the Calaveras County watershed alone, Calaveras River watershed alone. That's a tremendous amount of water, which is a financial, could be a financial boon to us if we were able to transfer it and actually have a county make specific use. Right now, it has no specific use. So that's why San Joaquin County has this ability to kind of run unfettered in how they're looking at their land use right now. So I just assume the county be a backstop. In other words, if they start to fall apart or they start to have a problem, that we're there because the state's going to require us to be there, but we don't be directly involved other than just being sure to monitor and that everything is flowing as the state is requiring, because this plan has to be in place by 2020.
Correct.
And I'll be meeting with them again tomorrow morning. We're still working out who's going to pay for what, or what is the formula that's going to be used on this payment. But having it as a combined agency, as we're planning on here, that will divide our share of it up 4 ways rather than dividing it up individually, which will help us tremendously. So I think we're in the right spot at the right time.
And I just would like to state, just for the rest of the board, Supervisor Mills and I are water people. Conjunctive use, as just a reminder, that's taking surface water and putting it into the ground for storage. And just one last reminder, when you put it into the ground, doesn't make it groundwater. So.
Okay. Further question, Mr. Moss? Public comment. Mr. Scala.
Al Scala, Taxpayer Association. It looks like something does need to be done because of the groundwater situation in part of our county. The things that are of some concern is building a new bureaucracy, not knowing, giving it power, but not knowing what's the result's going to be. One concern I have is people's wells. Would this new entity seek to control their wells, or maybe even put meters on them? Another concern I have is the state in some sense, is claiming ownership of the water in our state. Groundwater, rainwater, all the water. But that conflicts with the basic common law, which holds that the water on a person's property is theirs, even if it's moving. And so the state, I understand, allows people to collect rainwater for the purposes of landscape irrigation. But when you have a real problem with water supply, and we have in the past, people would have the alternative to use rainwater from the roofs, or even seal some ground and collect water and go directly to storage tanks for domestic use, which could include their gardens and their home use. But that's banned right now by the state. So we have this cloud that affects people's property rights. I think that I don't have the answers. I don't know the answers. But I think we need to use caution in establishing a new government organization, make sure there's checks and balances in there to protect the property rights of the citizens of Calaveras County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I know I've come to Mr. Moss a couple of times talking to him about groundwater on one level or another, but I had 3 questions or points I wanted to make, and I wanted to ask if the area that we're talking about, is there any ground dropping at this point? Is the surface of the land going down? 2, are there any proposals to limit the depth or the number of drilled wells in place? Or is there any thought about limiting the depth or the number of drilled wells? And as Mr. Segala brought up, what about capacity? Is there going to be monitoring of the capacity, how much water personal wells are bringing out of the ground? And finally, do you think, how would this, or does this relate at all to the tunnels that are being proposed, being drilled from Northern California to Southern California? What impact would that have on any of this or all of this?
Okay.
Brian, do you want me to answer those questions?
Oh, I'd be happy to.
First of all, there is no subsidence within the 70 square miles of Calaveras County. As far as limiting wells, that is going to be part of the GSP. Monitoring capacity is also part of the GSP. The Bay Delta Plan and the Twin Tunnels are in direct conflict with the Sigma. And so if you look at those two side by side, you're going, one says you can't use it, the other one says you must use it, so decide what you want to do. By the way, our abandonment of water on the Calaveras alone per year at 27,000 acre feet, the current cost of an acre foot is about $600. So you can figure that's $16 million worth of water that we just let go every year that could come back into our economy.
And to jump in that a little bit more, especially with Al's comments, no, there's no plans right now to monitor wells, with the exception of commercial wells that are over 2 acre feet per year, or more, correct. And so really that equates to, I think, 1.67 gallons per minute or something if you're pumping 24 hours, 365. So really you're talking about agricultural use, that kind of thing. It's not your private domestic wells. That's been an issue for a long time. The other thing I'd like to clarify is when we think about wells in Calaveras County, 90% of them, maybe 80% are hard rock wells. Okay, that's not what we're talking about today. Those tie into fractures and or the tertiary river channel system. What we're talking about today is an alluvial basin type of thing. It's only 70 square miles. Where this Sigma actually applies is only to that area of the county. And again, Supervisor Tofinelli brought up a really great point about the agricultural production on the other side of the geopolitical line. So with that said, that actually benefits us. one of the things that Al brought up, and I really liked his example about, collecting water and putting it into a basin. If none of you have had an opportunity to do this, sometime go over to Point Reyes and see what they've done there when they grouted the rocks and they put little collection pipes in, and that's where they got their water for years, from the fog and the rain. So, but again, hard rocks versus alluvial, no, there's not a plan on monitoring people's wells. I will say small public water systems, yes, under the state Drinking Water Act, they do monitor the wells for the number of gallons pumped, but there's no penalty, or there is no any issue associated with that. So, with that said, I could speak all day about this.
Thank you, Mr. Moss.
Thank you.
Mr. Fry?
George Fry. I totally support Supervisor Toffanelli. I don't understand why people can't pronounce his name right, but I support Supervisor Toffanelli, supporting Supervisor Mills, and of course Brian Moss, to go forward with all of this. They have all the expertise, and that's all I have to say about it.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any further deliberation? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
So moved, Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
I'll second it.
Second by Supervisor Toffanelli. No further public comment? Call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Moss. Madam Clerk.
So as stated earlier, we are going to be hearing item 21 prior to item 20. So item 21 is from Public Works to adopt a resolution to incorporate the list of projects funded by SB1, the Road Repair Accountability Act, into fiscal year 2017-18 Public Works Department Roads and Bridges Division budget.
Thank you.
Mr. Clovis, how are you this morning? Afternoon, I'm sorry.
Doing all right, thank you. As you may recall, this item, no action was taken on this item at the September 26th Board of Supervisors hearing, and in the interim, we convened 3 informal meetings with individual members of the board to discuss how the list was developed, how the scoring criteria was applied, and the thinking that Public Works did to come up with the proposed list of projects to submit to the California Transportation Commission in order to be eligible to begin receiving funds in 2018 on this SB1 legislation. This legislation represents a new gas tax that will begin the beginning of November. That will provide a lot of dollars for a number of years for the portion of the program identified for road maintenance and repair. I've brought Mr. Anderson here, my road superintendent, if there's any questions for him. The list of projects contained in the board package that we're bringing forward today is nearly the same as the one we brought prior, with the exception of one small project that was exchanged for another small project, exchanging a project out of District 3 for one in District 5, I believe it is. We discussed a couple of different alternatives in the individual meetings. One alternative was obviously splitting the next year's revenues equally among districts and doing what we could with the monies. Another discussion item was moving forward one priority project where we have nearly enough money, or 80% of the money, to complete a single project. Or this particular list that we are bringing forward. The thinking is that Public Works needs to come back to the board and will need to continually come back to the board so that the list of projects can change as our needs are identified, and as more money begins coming in, we can respond to the amount of revenues that we're getting with our prioritized projects. And the board further asked during these meetings that Public Works comes back with the more descriptive methodology, not necessarily methodology, but a more descriptive narrative on how an individual project can be scored within each of the 6 scoring criteria that were developed. And I think that pretty much is what we had discussed. So the last thing I'd like to say is just to remind the board of 2 things. The list, the large list, and then the sub-list that we're bringing forward to send off to the CTC were not developed in a vacuum. They were really developed with the staff in mind, the staff who work these roads on a daily basis, from their prioritization. That's number 1. And number 2, the job for today is really to get a resolution approving a list of projects so that the county can be eligible to begin receiving these revenues in 2018. We are not held to the list of projects. The list of projects can change as often as we want it to, so that there's a great deal of flexibility in this program.
Thank you, Mr. Quills. Questions?
Mr. Krovitz, what was the project that was swapped out? I'm looking at the form you gave us 2 weeks ago and the one that's in our packet. For those in television land, your mic wasn't turned on, Supervisor Toffanelli. The Scott Street project in District 3 was swapped out for McDaniel and Marsden Lane, I believe, down in 5. The Marsden Lane is a $48,000 chip seal. The Scott Street was a $50,000 chip seal. Mr. Krovitz, in our last 2 weeks ago when we met about this, you were going to meet with all the Board of Supervisors members and seek their input. Did that happen?
Yes, it did.
And from 5 meetings, that was the one change that came about?
3 meetings, and that was the substantive change, given 3 or 4 possibilities.
Okay, because nothing that you and I discussed is in here on this. There was no change, there was no project brought to District 2. Your roads crew clearly stated that our greatest risk was losing Mountain Ranch Road.
Railroad Flat.
Right, Railroad Flat Road, where it comes into Swiss Ranch, and that's our major artery. And we were going to try to move that forward before the winters, and we lost one of our 2 main arteries in our community. How are we going to get that done?
We're going to do everything we can to protect it with our current funding to get ourselves through this winter. This money would not be available till next spring regardless. So we're going to have to live through this winter with that road at risk the way it is. And yes, we did discuss that, and yes, the roads crews did identify it was the highest priority. It's a project that's worth about $1.1 million. Our funding for the first year is at about $820,000. So,
because I know we had talked about splitting this into 5 different pots, and we know we can't do the whole project, but we get enough baling wire and duct tape to keep it from falling apart in the interim. I'm really not sure what came out of our meeting, except for my walking out with a certain set of impressions that obviously didn't make it into the packet.
There wasn't as much support for splitting the first year's funding into 5 small pieces. And I have to be careful in terms of what I can share when we're having meetings.
But you got 3.
I wasn't listening for necessarily a voter support. I was listening for priorities from the supervisors in their districts.
Thank you.
Boy, we all want to talk here. How about you, Supervisor Mills? You just jump on in.
Well, I'd just like to reiterate my point is that I believe staff has the best handle on where the priorities need to be. It doesn't make any difference what part of the county it's in, what supervisorial district it's in. If, for instance, they suddenly find out that your road becomes a priority, then that's where it has to go. And they have to make those on-the-spot decisions or on-the-fly decisions, because if they don't make the right decision, it could turn out to be very expensive for us in the long run, having to totally overhaul something that a simple maintenance project would have solved a long time ago. So I would rather that they look at this and they decide where can we best apply the money to reduce the risk to the greatest extent. And it doesn't make any difference what part of this county it's sitting in, because we all have to share from that same pot. And I would rather go in that direction than to try to divvy it up amongst the districts. I have a lot of projects in here too, but I'm thinking the embankment failure on Parrots Ferry Road is a good example, but it's way beyond our capacity to handle right now, and that's just reality. So let's go after the things that we can have the biggest bang with in the shortest term and protect the most amount of our assets in doing so. And that would be my statement.
There's also nothing in District 1 on this first priority either. So District 1 and District 2 both. But, there's more funds available later on. Let's tackle what we can, in my opinion, here. And as we go forward with SB1 funding in years to come, hopefully we have a big enough pot to take care of all these things.
If I could add one thing. I talked up at RCRC, I was warned that we should be very careful about counting on money for tomorrow today, because there's a movement to have a SB1 recalled or repealed by ballot initiative this upcoming year. So so let's not gladly pay for a Hamburger Tuesday for one today.
Let's not spend the money before we get it.
Further question from Mr. Groves? Seeing none, any public comment?
When we left for lunch, George Fry, when we left for lunch, walking out the doors, I saw in the parking lot here in Supervisor Toffanelli's area, there's a pothole, and it looks like it could use an overlay. I don't know whether that's the priority or not, but it's certainly something to think about. We've done all the other sprucing up here at Government Center, so maybe that's something we should be thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Mr. Segala.
Good afternoon again. It seems to me, I'm not an expert on roads, but we should be able to identify the long-term needs of our roads. And some roads can last 20 years, and other ones less or more. And so we can have a picture of our depreciation. The next thing is priority, which ones are going to have the highest priority. And the next question is, how are you going to get the money from the taxpayers, from the federal, state, or local? And so it seems like in aviation you have a thing called the backside of the power curve. You go full throttle and you keep raising your nose. At some point, no matter how much more you raise your nose, you're not going to gain any more altitude. You're going to lose altitude, almost like you cut your engine. That's the backside of the power curve. In repairing roads, of course, we know a patch is least expensive. Some of our roads are patched almost 100%, but at some point, the cost of repair is more than the cost of replacement. In other words, to rebuild a road so there'll be no patching for many years makes sense when you get to a certain level. I think this needs to be identified if it hasn't been already. And then, and so I live in Copperopolis, and I happen to be blessed with some very good work by our Public Works Department in patching the roads. But at some point down the road, they're going to have to be replaced. If we can see what the total picture is, then we can plan better. Not only for money we want to get from grants, but also how we're going to hit the taxpayers to repair the roads or find some other way of funding them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any more board comment or staff comments? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. No further comment from the public. Call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no.
No.
Motion passes 4-1. Madam Clerk.
So, item 20 is from Public Works, to receive a status report on department's capital improvement project program, including process and funding discussion.
Mr. Gross.
We asked to put this item after the previous one. Previous item was works, repair, and rehabilitation. This is for capital projects, which are fundamentally different than maintenance type projects. We're waiting for our PowerPoint to come up. The last time Public Works brought an informational item for the capital improvement program to the board was during the 2009-2010 budget process. Since then, there have been significant changes and additions to the program with a few removals. So today's goals, briefly go over a little bit of history, talk about process that we go through to execute, to scope, to identify, to fund, to execute, construct, and close out a capital improvement project, and then to give you a brief status and updates on a few things that have changed with a few of our projects. So a CIP, what is a CIP? It generally, and this is all generally, is a project that has a value of more than $100,000. It will require an environmental document with likely permits, depending on the type of environmental document that is required, but it must comply with CEQA at a minimum and potentially NEPA if there's federal funds involved. Generally, a CIP project will improve a facility. It'll improve road capacity, adding a lane. It will be a brand new use. And it doesn't become a CIP until we have a minimum amount of funding to at least get through a preliminary phase. So this is a flow chart for you. It's tried to keep it as simple as we could, but starting on the left-hand side, it starts with a statement of purpose and need. So we have a problem that's identified. We evaluate preliminarily potential alternatives, and then we estimate potential costs of what those potential alternatives can be. That initial scoping can take anywhere from 3 to 6 months. It's fairly straightforward. It's within our control. We then move into the funding determinations phase, which is the middle portion of this chart. Depending on where potential funding could be a match for the project, you could have federal funds, state funds, local funds, or a combination of any of those. Once programming has been identified, obviously we have to bring the project to the board, either through a budget cycle or through an individual project, to get the board to approve us expending money and resources on a given program. Within this determination, the Funding can come through our roads and bridges annual funds. It can come partially through a general fund, could be a grant, could be annual programs that are available to counties that, say, Caltrans runs, or funding that's available through the COG with the State Transportation Improvement Program or the Regional Transportation Improvement Program. Identifying these funds and moving through this process can be anywhere from 3 months to 1.5 years. The time duration seems to get longer the less control we have and the more outside agencies have input. Moving through the environmental clearance, depending on how difficult that can be, and if there is right-of-way required, can be anywhere from 1 to 2 years or longer. If it's environmental clearance, pretty simplified, you don't have endangered species, you don't have a lot of archaeological resources, it can be closer to the 1 year. If you have all of those things, endangered species, archaeological resources, cultural resources, it can be up to 2 years. And if there is right-of-way involved, that can be an additional 1.5 years to acquire right-of-way to be able to put a project onto that. We then do execution of our in-house or consultant services to design the project. We build the project, we close the project out. That tends to be the easiest and most straightforward of the entire process, and it generally takes 6 months to 1 year. Occasionally it'll have to go across to 2 winter seasons if we have a limited operating period based on environmental, or we can't, say, pave in the winter in the high country. So, next slide. Some of the funding programs that are available for CIPs, if you look at federal and state funded programs that do require a local match, these are grant, which means that it's competitive statewide. Active Transportation Program, you all have heard a lot about that fairly recently. The Highway Bridge Program, if there is a bridge that meets the criteria for a bridge and it is eligible due to structural deficiency or functional deficiency, a bridge project can be eligible for that. There's a grant program for highway safety improvements that we can go to, and then there's also a bridge preventative maintenance program, but those are more for works projects and not necessarily for a CIP. Local funding, regional transportation improvement programs, local transportation funds, road impact mitigation fee, which is by definition a fund of last resort. It would be for a match. It would be to make a program whole. It would be to help us be competitive in a grant application. And then we have a few benefit basins that are approved throughout the county, some of which are limited in terms of their ability to be spent on projects that, for example, don't exist on a state highway. They would be a state highway project for the benefit of the county. We also have funds for CIP that come to us through the COG, Transportation Improvement Program. High-risk rural roads is one that we generally can be competitive at. I've already talked a little bit about the road impact mitigation fees and benefit basin. There's CMAQ, or congestion mitigation air quality, if you're in a county that does not meet state requirements. There's money for projects that reduce emissions into the air. So those would be projects that encourage more pedestrian use. High priority projects, as well as private-public partnerships through federal highways. So you can see that there's a variety of programs. Each program comes with its own set of rules, its own matches. One of the programs where we have the majority of our current capital improvement projects is the Highway Bridge Program. 17 bridge projects were approved back in 2005, I believe it was, and we have been pushing these through for the last 12 years. Railroad Flat Bridge is currently in construction. That's what the photograph is of. We currently have 1 lane of traffic on half of the new bridge. Next year, we're expecting Singletree to go into construction, potentially Stagecoach, and or potentially Manji. We have some cash flow issues where I don't believe that we can push more than 1 or 2 into construction simultaneously. So of those listed there, it'll be potentially 1 or 2, not all 3. The Calaveras Creek Bridge is a historic bridge. That's in Calaveras. It's an old truss bridge. We recently modified the programming on that through Caltrans that allowed us to add another alternative, which is to keep the existing bridge in place and strengthen it without damaging its historical character. That was the preference of the locals. It's expensive, but we are moving ahead with it. The Hoover Low Water Crossing is one of the last low water crossings. We have 2 here in the county under this program, but this program no longer does low water crossings. We've also applied to Caltrans and received permission recently to replace this low water crossing with a low water crossing. Prior alternatives were for a long bridge at this location that didn't really meet the rural character, didn't have full support of the community, so we went for an alternative where we thought we would have more community support. Just a couple of photos of some of the bridges that we've talked about. Singletree was a crossing that has washed out. It has been closed for a number of years. You can see the truss of the Calaveras Bridge in the upper right, the Monchi Bridge with wooden rails down in up in Murphy's, I guess I should say, and a photograph of the Hoover Low Water Crossing that crosses the North Fork of the Calaveras River. This is a continued list of our current active projects. One thing to highlight, the Shad Bridge, about in the middle of that list, that was the environmental document that was approved today on consent calendar. So these are all moving along at different stages of completion. Here's a picture of some of those bridges. If you're interested, the lower right is that second low water crossing in the county at Hogan Dam Road in Supervisor Clapp's district. We have some other capital improvement projects that are a result of successful grant applications. One of them is delineators for major collectors. It's essentially reflective signage that will notify the traveling public when you're approaching curves at night or during the day. A repurposed earmark for sealing of unpaved roads. The current target is 6 Mile Road. That may change. Current capital project, Mountain Ranch Road, Highway 49, that combines a number of funding opportunities or funding sources. It essentially will provide sidewalks from Government Center up to Highway 49, as well as improve the Pope Street intersection. The O'Byrne's Ferry left-hand turn lane, recently approved the portion of it for utility relocation. We expect that utility relocation to start within the next month and a half. That will be done by PG&E. Unfortunately, we haven't identified enough funding yet to actually construct the left-hand turn lane, but we will have gotten the utilities out of the way, so there is room to move on with the project. Sign retroreflectivity project is a project for replacing old signs. You can see that stop sign, very old, somewhat damaged. It doesn't reflect well at night. So we have about $180,000 from COG funds to be able to replace a lot of our old signs. West Point Bikeway is a small project. The first part is done around the West Point Elementary School. The second part is getting access down to Main Street from the school. And then at the bottom of the list is one of the largest projects that we have is the wagon trail on Highway 4 between Angels and Copperopolis. We also have a few transit projects, or one transit project listed on this CIP. They're funded out of 2 sources, essentially sources that come through the COG to the county, and funding sources that come straight to the county Public Works for either operations or purchase of fleet or capital projects. So you will see the one project that's in the CIP is the Phase 4 bus shelters. We've done the first three series of bus shelters. They weren't on the last CIP, but they have been completed in the interim. There's a picture of a bus shelter down by Vista del Lago. And then I have a couple of transit maintenance projects that are not truly capital improvement projects. One is a system for the buses to be able to track where they are and to be able to provide some emergency communications, as well as to get some lighting at our shelters so that folks feel a little bit safer at night when they're trying to get on our buses. And then we have a series of projects on the Integrated Waste Management Division. You can see the gatehouse, which is substantially complete. We hope to open it and get it transitioned over within the next week. So that one is a completed capital improvement project. We have one for the coming year to get more communications. We have a very limited number of phone lines available to us out there, and it makes our communications difficult. It also makes our computers along the network very slow. Then we have a series of projects that are related to improved processing as well as safety at our transfer stations and the Rock Creek facility for green waste handling. And then we have potential unfunded projects. You've been hearing about it. The Valley Springs Elementary School. There's about 22 unconstrained road projects in the RTP. Their total value is currently estimated at around $173 million, so you can understand why they're unconstrained at this point. And then we have a large number of unconstrained bike and pedestrian projects for a value of about $18 million throughout the county, all in the RTP. Now, if any of these projects that are unconstrained seem to fit very closely to a given grant that's available, their mere presence on the RTP gives us the ability to compete for that funding. So pretty much it's by need and by funding is the way our capital program seems to work. We have some other unfunded CIP projects or maintenance projects. I have it listed, the Parrots Ferry Road repair, where we have an embankment starting to slide and the road is settling. We repair it fairly regularly. The O'Burns Ferry Bridge, which was a large bridge replacement project on the HBP that we deobligated 3 years ago because there was no method for us to identify the local match, which was about $9.5 million at that point in time. I've discussed the construction portion of the left-hand turn pocket at O'Burns Ferry, and then future phases, the easternmost phases of Wagon Trail. Still, we do not have identified funding yet. Action today is to receive the current CIP and the project status, ask any questions you've got, and let me answer them if I can. Future projects, of course, is you will see the RTP, which has traveled through the Council of Governments, and then we're anticipating a call for projects in the next month or two. If your constituents are bringing other capital projects that you think we would like to at least get onto an unconstrained list for potential future funding. That's it. Questions?
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you. I was surprised to see that we have not seen this list in 10 years,
Yes.
almost 10 years, which is something we should probably do this more regular. I have a quick question, and this, excuse me, I don't speak engineer, but what is a reversion? There are 6 bridges on here in June 30th, 2018 that go under the title of PE reversion. What does that mean?
What it is a milestone that indicates that if funding that has been obligated hasn't been spent in a certain amount of time from the obligation, then that money would revert back to the funding agency. In this case, it would be Caltrans. We have several projects that we have reversion dates coming up on some of the funds, but we do not think that we're at any risk at all. Those monies are being spent, and by the time we get to June of 2018, and actually even before then, we will have spent those funds and moved on to the next phases. So the way that the HPP program works is that you go into a phase, there is obligation for a given phase. As you work through that phase, if you get new obligations, you get new funds. The reversion date is based upon when the funds are obligated. So you could have, for example, on the environmental portion of a bridge replacement project, 3 different sets of obligations, 3 different sets of reversion dates. And so first in is the first expended.
When I first came on this board, we had an item, and I couldn't find it this morning, I apologize, where we gave bridge money back. How does that fit into this? And was that a reversion, or what happened?
It was 2 different things. It was, A, unexpended funds for a phase, and 2, it was a reversion where we had run out of time and there was a little bit of money left on the table. Both of those are fairly low dollar, and it doesn't affect us. We've moved both of those projects into their next phase, their next major phase. So you're moving from your environmental to your PS&E, which is essentially preparation for construction.
Okay, so you think by June 30th, 2018, for these 6 bridges, we're not going to be giving money back?
We're not worried about that.
Okay. Thank you.
It doesn't mean that we can slow down.
Further comments? Supervisor Mills.
So when you're in a particular phase, let's say, for instance, doing your EIRs or your NEPA, CEQA work, is there a time window in which that, once that is completed, that you need to be doing something else, and failing to do so, we've got to go back and do another CEQA study or revise or update our NEPA work?
Specific to environmental documents, if we have an approved environmental document, which would be NEPA and CEQA for the Highway Bridge Program, generally some of the supporting studies within those documents, such as a traffic study, if you can't move into construction with about 3 years, you might have to do a supplement. You might have to grab and redo a portion of a study before you can move on into construction. But in general, the approval of the majority, the adoption of a CEQA or a NEPA document or both, those studies are pretty much good until you can actually build the project.
I think I would echo Supervisor Garmendi's statement about reviewing this more often. This is almost one of those things that I'd like to see reviewed as part of a yearly budget, that we have this information. We're allocating funds here year over year. We need to know how those are progressing along. There's many of these projects that have been on the list for over 6 years, correct?
That's correct.
So having them on the list by itself doesn't mean we're accomplishing anything. It simply means they're on a list. And I'd like to be sure that we're tracking along and we're not in a risk of deallocating projects or causing any funding discrepancies. The other part is on RIM fees. Collecting RIM fees on a specific benefit base in our specific area and then turning around and transferring them to another part of the county is something that I even had to talk about when I ran for CCWD. And so RIM fees really need to stay within the area in which they're collected, because that's where the impact actually occurred. If we're taking that money and we're moving it over to another part of the county where there's no direct impact that was collected for, that kind of sets the standard here. And I'm a little concerned as to how we're allocating RIM fees. Is there anything in what we're doing here that might qualify for SHOP funds that you can think of?
Actually, there's
besides Wagon Trail.
Besides Wagon Trail, SHOP funds are primarily for state highway projects.
Correct.
So we don't have state highway projects listed in the CIP other than the Wagon Trail.
Okay. I just wanted to bring that out, that we're going to continue to fight for any SHOP funds we can find, because they will benefit us eventually. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clovis. Any public comment? Thank you, sir. That was an informational item. Oh, I'm sorry, Bonnie.
I just had 2 thoughts here. Did I hear $180,000 to replace signs? Was that what I heard? What are you going to do with those old signs?
Sell them?
Yeah, I think you should sell them or donate them to Habitat. I think you could recoup I don't know how much a new sign costs, a vintage sign, okay? They're vintage signs now, probably worth more than a new one. Anyway, the last thing I wanted to ask about is the green waste thing. And is there any vision of utilizing green waste in a manner other than just dumping it out there at the dump, and the composting idea, the recycling thing? We really need to think about it, because we're just going to be producing more waste and waste and waste, and we've got to think of a way to capitalize out of it. So anyway.
Okay, thank you.
For the most part, we recycle the used signs. Recycled, they're made out of aluminum, and we don't really want somebody to put them on a road or a private road with the implication that they're safe. In terms of the comment about green waste, and I do appreciate Ms. Newman's comments, we already are doing this. We have a program for mulch. We have a program where we are using our processed green waste to generate electrical energy. We also have reuse for some of our pine needles and some of our green waste for erosion and sediment control materials. We are not attempting to do any composting at this point in time for two primary reasons. The composting takes a significant amount of water, and the regulatory environment is, there's a lot of overhead and a lot of reporting, a lot of difficulty in that. So it doesn't seem like composting down at that end of the county is the best idea at this point in time, at least.
Thank you, sir. Further questions of Mr. Clovis?
Bonnie had a good comment regarding composting. This is Al Sakala, Taxpayer Association. It seems like some of these regulations are not very reasonable. Would it be worthwhile to try to identify not just environmental impact reports, but also other regulations to try to identify the ones that are not reasonable and then start the process for modifying those regulations with our state representatives. If you don't do anything, you don't say anything, the conditions continue. So it seems to make sense, if they can be identified, to try to correct them for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no more public comment, once again, that was an informational item for that presentation. Thank you, Mr. Clovis and staff. Madam Clerk.
So now we're going to bounce back to item 16, which is from the Administrative Office, to receive a report from staff, Cal OES, and local organizations regarding the ongoing Butte fire recovery.
Good afternoon again. Brian Moss, Administrative Office. Once again, this is your opportunity to gain a little bit of understanding, clarification for what's happening with Butte fire recovery. As you know, we've been moving forward very well over the last several months, and actually over the last year. So with that said, I know there's one or two people who would like to speak to the board today about this issue.
Mel Knight, Butte Wildfire Community Liaison. Appreciate the opportunity to update you this month. As we're passing the 2-year anniversary, interesting to note and acknowledge the nearly dozen wildfires going on throughout the state. Loss of life, loss of property, pretty significant. And we've been pretty fortunate compared to some of our counterparts. I see Lake County's in for their 3rd consecutive year of dealing with wildfires. And very, very tough situation. I am glad to report, though, that we are making progress on the activity that I'm engaged in with Tetra Tech on the duplication of benefits related to insurance reimbursements. We're on schedule, we're within budget, and we're expecting closure of this project within the next 60 to 90 days. In the next 2 weeks, we expect to be sending out the first round of closure letters, which will go out to literally hundreds of the residents that acknowledge that they've met what obligation they have. We're also negotiating in final negotiations with 4 of the larger insurance companies, and we hope to have those resolved in the not-too-distant future. We've collected more than $3 million in duplication of benefit dollars, and we expect by the closure to have collected a little over $4 million. It's a small amount of the nearly $100 million spent by the state and federal agencies, but it represents only those dollars that insurance companies have reimbursed specifically for debris removal, so none of those dollars should have come out of the pocket of any property owners. And that's an important concept. I want to thank Supervisor Garamendi for pulling together a meeting where a number of residents were able to share some of their issues and concerns. I want to address two of those because it's a common issue. Documents that include detailed invoice information, item by item expenditures, are available for homeowners upon request. And generally, we did not send those out to all homeowners, but we did send those out to the insurance companies. But some homeowners have expressed interest. If they would like to receive those, we certainly can send those out to them. Also, we have engineers' sign-off reports that show that the property has cleared by the state engineers, and their walkthrough indicated that there's no remaining potentially hazardous materials by their walkthrough at the area related to structural debris removal. That said, they can contact us by using the hotline number 209-221-4807, or almost everyone who's involved in this project knows Jeremy Denbo directly, and they can contact Jeremy by the email or any other phone number they've been utilizing there, or they can drop by our office and we'll make copies of those for them. With that, if you have any further questions?
Supervisor Garamendi.
Mel, thank you again for helping us put this program together. Enormously complex. I hope that we get a chance to reach out to our colleagues on the coast and up the road a little bit and share with them the lessons we learned as Calaveras and Lake County were the guinea pigs in many cases on this. So we've got some lessons that we could help them guide through. I also want to thank Supervisor Oliveira for joining us at that meeting with the community, as well as numerous staff that came there. We're almost to the end, but these are the tough ones. And as we put out in that meeting, this is it's transitioning from the county where we've done our duty to the state, and we really don't know what happens when it goes to the state. But I appreciate Dana Jorgensen from Senator Assemblyman Bigelow and Senator Berryhill's office, as well as Matt Reed from Congresswoman Clintock's office, for joining us at that meeting as we transition from one side of the street to the other side of the street with this project, which I know we're all looking forward to. And it really is uncharted territory. So thank you for your work. And just to be clear to all our citizens, we are not going to be pursuing you on this. So we are now standing with you and helping you navigate through the state. So thank you very much, Mel, for all your work.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Any public comment on this agendized item? Seeing none, that was informational. Madam Clerk.
Item 22 is...
I'm sorry. Was that the total update on the Butte fire?
That was it.
Can I ask some questions?
We'll have to go back into that. We can make that happen. You can ask questions, sir.
Thank you. I have questions about the tree removal. Mr. Krovitz, I let you know I was going to be asking these questions, and I didn't realize you weren't presenting on it. What is the status of the tree removal process, particularly the CC trees that are still standing?
The green or white?
White.
White.
Then we'll get green next.
I haven't got all of my data come in yet from our field reviews, but it looks like the majority of those trees were marked on BLM lands. And we are still working with BLM, and I sent you information on that today, for the process to remove those trees, the BLM trees. There may be one or two outliers on it, but until I can actually get those photos and extract their georeference locations and forward that up to Tetra Tech, I don't know.
Okay, because I know you and I spoke about this, and there was at least a couple dozen trees that were one-offs. Clearly, we're not on BLM land because they've been worked on around them. When can people expect to have those trees taken down? Or are they supposed to get chainsaws out and do it themselves?
I wished I had an answer for you. I feel ineffective that I don't. I don't know when we are going to hit the ground again, remobilize to begin removing and treating those trees. In terms of the green mark trees, there has been movement from Cal OES in the last week. But there are certainly questions on funding. I will push these as far as we can to get them removed. If we have a funding issue or we have a permissive issue, meaning that I don't believe that any white tree falls outside of the environmental documents that we already have permission to remove, so we are free to remove those. The question just becomes on where is the funding going to come from?
Do we have funding for the white trees?
If they sit on BLM land, no. If they're on private property that were initially in the program, yes. If they're on county right-of-way, yes, for the white trees.
And the green trees, you said there were funding questions. What are the questions?
The green trees were subsequent trees that we have asked to be added to the program and evaluated, and did not get a lot of response until, as I said, I started getting a response from Cal OES last week. Where they asked questions on those. I provided them answers to their questions. I had a question yesterday that I provided an answer to. So I'm hoping that Cal OES will forward this request up to the FEMA Public Assistance Program, and they can give us an answer that would allow us to proceed.
Have we paid our final invoice to Phillips and Jordan and Tetra Tech on this project?
No, we haven't.
Okay, good. Let's make sure we don't pay that until they finish the job correctly and we've inspected it. Is that good?
That's good.
And what would you like me to tell citizens who have trees standing on the property?
If they are private property trees, they have circles on them and they have the wherewithal to lay them down, and they're worried about them being a danger to themselves or the public, they should by all means feel free to lay those down. And we will continue to push funding so that we can do it without expense to them beyond what their insurance would cover.
So we don't have any more money for this project?
We don't have any more money approved.
So you want me to tell people to cut down their trees with Calaveras County CC and white on them?
With a circle around it if it's on their property. The circle around the marking indicates it's a private property tree.
So many of these people have been waiting 2 years to have these trees dropped, and we don't see contractors working out there anymore, so we assume they're gone. That's not going to be a popular, tell them to take care of themselves. People in District 2 are plenty capable of that.
Right.
But we sort of made a commitment to them that we were going to take care of this.
We made a commitment that we would take care of it within the funding that we have. So we've taken out $8,500. That's what our funding was for. And we are pushing for additional funding for additional trees.
Okay, and you're aware that I'm meeting with BLM on Wednesday?
Yes, I am.
To talk about easements onto their property?
Yes.
And we're sure about what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. What is the estimated cost to finish up the trees?
$4 million.
For the CC white trees?
Green.
For green, $4 million. How about for the CC whites that haven't been brought down yet?
I haven't divided them up yet to see which ones are in the program, which ones are on BLM land, so I can't answer that accurately.
Okay. Just for the board, since we're using terms you may not be familiar with, each tree was painted a different color. CC, circle, and white was the first cut, a butte fire. The green was trees that died subsequent to the fire, maybe related to the fire. So that's what we're talking about on the shorthand. Well, winter's coming, so the trees are coming down one way or another. I hope they don't fall and somebody in the county finds himself in a situation of great liability.
I agree.
CEO Lutz.
I also wanted to add a little bit onto this piece in defense of kind of where we're at in this process. Unfortunately, this also is going to relate into the next item we have, which is a number of months ago, Public Works put in the request for the change to basically include these additional trees within the approved project scope. And the issue really has been a wait and see with FEMA to actually make that approval. And in light of the large number of storm activity this year in the beginning of the year for wintertime, and then add to it hurricane season and fire season, FEMA has really been looking at these types of projects that have been out there for a while as not priority. It obviously is not what any of us want to hear, which is what we've been trying to make the case to them about. We need to speed up getting those approvals. I met with Cal OES last Thursday with the hopes of discussing amongst the various issues these types of matters. How do we get these approvals moved through FEMA, recognizing that the state has limited ability to compel FEMA to respond, but trying to really paint what the local picture is, why there's a dire need. We need to get this done. We need the funds flowing to us locally so we can get these projects, because we are at a standstill. And it comes to the point of we either take on the risk, which we can do, but take on the risk that we take them down ourselves, following the guidelines in hopes that everything will be approved and the additional monies will get allocated by FEMA, with the risk that then we end up having to pay all the county plus the federal portion of those funds.
Well, we definitely, I mean, we've got to...
Supervisor Garamendi, we're kind of flowing into item number 22.
Well, I'm not done with 21.
Okay.
I had more
All right.
questions.
All right.
That's all right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 2 years. I think that getting a sense of urgency is appropriate a while ago. Where are we at hiring a project manager for the road projects to get these done? Anyone?
I was looking over at my staff to see if the RFP, which I had discussed with staff last week, was supposed to be out the end of last week, and I'm looking over to see, since I was in Sacramento.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bonnie Rich Administration. Supervisor Garamendi, assuming you were speaking to the disaster recovery project manager RFP that is going to be ready to be released today. I'm just waiting to get a break from Tim so he can sign off on the final document, and then we should have that posted on our public purchase website.
When will we have a person on board? When will the RFPs
Well, once we complete the RFP process, right now we have it scheduled so that RFP responses will be due on the 9th
of
November. I apologize. And then however long it takes staff, the evaluation committee, to review those responses and make a recommendation to the board for award. So late November, early December is when I anticipate we will be back with a recommendation, depending on the number of responses we receive.
And so this firm comes on board in December or so, comes up with a plan, a couple months to do that, and then we have to find the funding to get this project going by next summer. Is that possible?
Yes.
Okay, because
Absolutely. We can definitely.
I can't flog this
doable.
enough times. We've been doing this since January, and
Yeah.
it's hard to see progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Okay. Madam Clerk, let's go to item number 22, please.
So item 22 is from the Administrative Office to receive information from the County Administrative Officer on FEMA funding delays and provide input on recommended actions.
CEO Lutz.
All right, well, I guess piggybacking off the topic of not necessarily great news, I wish I had a better picture to bring to the board today. And I will preface this with this information has been very dynamic in terms of we're still kind of fleshing out the details of what this is going to mean locally. We're still weighing the options. At the same time, I felt it very important to get this to the board as soon as possible to begin to have some policy discussion about what options we might have. So for a brief snapshot or a history, there was a statewide conference call on September 27th. And through that, it was advised that the reimbursements from FEMA specifically would be delayed for most projects to the tune of 2 to 3 years. And specifically what they were looking at within those projects was, and this again is across the state of California, the winter storms that we experienced locally here, which was about $6.5 million. And again, that's our local piece. You figure this also includes such large projects as Oroville Dam, down to smaller localized flooding that had disaster declarations. So that is what the primary advice of that call was. However, what is important to note is nothing happens in a vacuum, so to speak. And because of, as Supervisor Garamendi alluded to on the prior item, because there were a number of Butte fire-related projects that we didn't have completely approved and allocated through FEMA, that does impact what we estimate for reimbursement on those projects, most primarily the road recovery projects within FEMA. And I know Public Works is here. I thought perhaps the Auditor Controller might also join us for the discussion, and I also have my staff who can answer questions on this process. But basically, the way that FEMA allocates funds is you have a couple of layers. You have obviously your declared disaster, which then opens the door for the federal funds. You then have within that projects that they will approve, one example being roads. Well, they come in and basically approve then a budget or a dollar amount. That's the issue we're running into on the fire. They approved us up to X dollars. We recognize now that the scope of work for that project is higher than that. We have to go back to them requesting this reversion to make this change. In other instances, for the roads, for the public roads, these are the smaller feeders, those we had the discussions with them, recognizing that with disaster recovery, we were having trucks going in and out of that area, tearing up those roads more than they were initially damaged during the fire. What the agreement was is, okay, well, we'll hold off on kind of allocating a dollar amount to those in total until you declare that the other pieces are done to establish what is the total damaged amount. The problem we have then is we're estimating now, and this is Public Works general estimates, that the cost for those roads is about $8.5 million, whereas the amount that FEMA's approved at this point is $1.9 million. We're asking them to go in and have that revised and changed to reflect that. Where the problem then is that money needs to be, when FEMA says, okay, we've approved this project for this dollar amount, they've set that money aside, and you have a better opportunity to get that money back in reimbursement when you're submitting your claims. The issue then is we have that gap between that 1.9 and that 8.5 that now we need to go back and ask for that, and it's not in the hopper, it's not been allocated, and it's not a priority, quote unquote, based on what criteria FEMA is using. And FEMA's criteria at this point is risk of life. When you look at some of the recovery from flooding, from hurricanes, they're looking at what conditions are people living in right now versus if things are stable, that's lower level priority. We have a similar issue on the federally declared roads, which are your larger Mountain Ranch Road, I think Frico City, and I'm sure Public Works could tell me which other ones are in that larger category. Those we have about We know that $5 million has been approved for there. We don't expect that they're necessarily going to approve more for us because they've said we just didn't have enough documentation prior to the fire to show that it was damaged so extensively versus normal wear and decline of those roadways. But we also expect those to cost about $8.5 million for total repairs. So what that means for us locally is we have a significant cash flow problem in what would be the intermediate term, 2 to 3 year cash flow. When we built the budget this year, we built it with some receivables built in that expected those to carry over. At this point, we're still reasonably confident that the bulk of those will materialize because those have been, as I kind of alluded to, those two different mechanisms, those have been allocated and funds approved through FEMA, whereas the projects that we're working on now, the road projects, were not included in that. So in one sense, my initial thinking was this was going to create a hole for what we estimated on receivables. In fact, it hasn't, or at least I don't expect that to be the case so much as our hole's even larger, which is a cash flow problem roughly to the tune of $18 to $20 million when we factor in winter storms, we factor in Butte fire recovery, and then we also factor in tree mortality. Although tree mortality is a state program, state funds, no federal funds, there's still likely to be a delay in getting some money from from Cal OES or the state. I had a meeting, as I mentioned in the last item, on October 5th with Cal OES specifically to talk to them about locally, here's the concerns that we have. Our significant cash flow challenge. We really need some assurances because we submitted some claims out as far back as May that we were waiting for payment on from the state, and specifically talking about what's the delay in that. Cal OES at this point was not necessarily feeling that there should be a delay, but I will also say I wasn't encouraged because I think we're actually one of the earlier counties having this discussion, but there are other counties that are having this exact discussion of what the funding constraints are going to be. And if the state is floating a bunch of federal dollars, particularly when you look at the tune of Oroville Dam recovery, that I think is about $375 million, somewhere around there is I think what the presentation at RCRC said. If they're waiting for those funds, the state itself, I fear, is going to also be having some cash flow issues, which is going to in turn delay reimbursement. Also, the other piece that delays reimbursement at the state level is just the sheer volume of disasters. You add all the flooding from winter, you add a very active fire season. This weekend obviously isn't going to help matters at all, where I think the last tally I saw was about 18 different fires that were across Northern California. So all of these factors are then constraining the resources available to Cal OES to process those funds. So even if the state's not in a cash flow issue, they are going to be in a resource issue because they just don't have enough staff. They are adding staff to their recovery team, but again, as we know from government, it takes a while to add staff to get the gears turning. We did reach out also in looking at our options to a number of stakeholders trying to weigh, okay, what can we do? And this is where I say this situation is fluid because I would love to come to the board with more discrete, concrete answers today and say this is what I recommend. But quite honestly, at this point, I don't have a firm recommendation for you because we're testing out avenues. We talked to RCRC in hopes of are there maybe some other counties having this discussion, opportunities to try and look at a concerted, whether it's a a short-term borrowing mechanism of some sort that other smaller counties might be entertaining. And we were the first to reach out to RCRC, and they really didn't have many avenues or options available to us. We also talked to Lake County, knowing that they're in a similar situation to us. At this point, they've indicated that they're using some of their fund reserves in order to basically carry cash flow. I had a chance to speak with Mariposa County on Friday, and they're having the same discussion today at their Board of Supervisors on what options there might be available for cash flow. I think this represents a fairly unprecedented situation, I think, for a lot of counties, and I think everyone's trying to grapple with what the options might be. We are working on scheduling a meeting with our typical person who would float some of our debt to see if there might be an avenue, but quite honestly, the indication has been with the uncertainty of just some of our grant funds and also general credit rating at this point, given our low cash reserves and other funds, floating some type of a short-term or even a longer term that we pay down early mechanism for debt financing doesn't seem very likely. Something that we are looking at, and we've been fleshing out starting today when some of the other doors are closing, is looking at internal borrowing within some of our existing funds. And it is permissible to use some of our funds that are designated for internal borrowing. The caveat and stipulation is that we do have to pay back what would be the interest, the pooled cash rate within the Treasury that those funds would have accrued had they been sitting there. And I look at that because we do carry a number of cash balances within our within those designated funds. The question would be which ones we could borrow from and what is a reasonable amount for each of those funds. We know, just looking at the reserve account at about $4.5 million, plus the Teeter Fund at about, I think, $7.5 million. That's still not enough, nor would we want to draw those funds down completely to the point that we don't want to be living paycheck to paycheck, so to speak. But we also need to look at what options we have. Some of the more difficult choices could also be really trying to prioritize, do we stagger or phase which projects we do now in order to maintain and keep free cash available for us. Obviously, most pressing, Butte Fire Recovery, we're under a very narrow timeline. We have to get those projects done or we will completely lose those funds. Next to that, though, is prioritizing what winter storm activities we need to do now versus which ones we might have to request an extension on. And then also looking at tree mortality, how aggressively do we want to go into doing those projects when, although it's state money, we might still run into a 6 to 9 month cash flow problem from the state. From a budget perspective, we also, as a county as a whole, we need to start to look at where can we, if we have large projects, large dollar projects that are in the hopper that we can put the brakes on, we probably need to start to look at that and say we probably need to hold off on these rather than have a large cash outlay because we need to keep those funds within a designated fund or where they're at, assuming there's no risk to lose those monies. So I am certain this item will be coming back to the board again. What I wanted to do, though, is have an initial discussion to provide the information to the board, to the public, and then if there's directional requests specifically from the board in terms of avenues that they might want us to look at, Like I said, we're trying to kick over every stone, looking at, how might we do this differently? Obviously, we have a lot of declared disasters that we're working with, and we need to make sure that we're providing adequate services to our residents, at the same time making sure that the county remains financially solvent.
Thank you, CEO.
And again, I know I have Public Works, Auditor, and my staff here, if anyone has any comments that they wanted to add on that presentation, if I missed something.
So Tim, what you're saying is that we don't have the cash to float these projects waiting for the reimbursement from the federal states?
Yeah, in the absence of looking at internal borrowing.
And what is the practical application to a project like Butte Fire Roads? I mean, how does that play out? I mean, we've got this person coming, we've got this firm coming on to guide us, to get the projects lined up. How does this actually play out?
Our experience, and certainly Rebecca can correct me if I'm wrong, but our experience has been, unfortunately, some of those expenses come in spurts. It hasn't been as smooth as I would like it, and I think part of what we probably need to look at is how we try and smooth that out. A prime example of waiting on certain invoices from the contractors like Tetra Tech, where suddenly we get dropped with a $4 million invoice, and then the auditor has a immediate cash crunch, whereas if it had been smoothed out, we could probably plan, predict it a little better. I don't know if, Rebecca, you might have any other thoughts or comments on that, if that's your experience.
Yeah, definitely the smoothing of the invoices. I think part of the problem that we had with the Tetra Tech contract was that they, because of the environmental review that needed to happen, they had to have the GANDA subcontractor, which then put an entire different layer. And GANDA didn't report to Tetra Tech. They were a separate company. And so Tetra Tech didn't have a lot of say in how quickly they could get the information from GANDA. But you had to start with number one before you moved to number two. So, unfortunately, that's just how that one went out. I think the concern that I have with the Butte Fire, specifically in all of Winter Storm, none of Winter Storm has been obligated. None. Not a dollar. Nothing. Not a penny. And based on the discussion that we had on the statewide call, the priority is really life. So it's Category A and Category B. Permanent work is not even being discussed. And that's a concern that I have. With Butte Fire, with there only being $1.9 million of public assistance funds that's been obligated for those non-federal aid roads, and we're talking about 8.5, that other portion, that gap, has not been obligated. So we're out on our own at that point. So, the decision to move forward on all of those projects, you just have to understand we are out on our own. There is no obligation. The projects, we're still working through Winter Storm to get those projects approved. That doesn't mean they're going to be obligated. So I feel a lot better having an approved project, even though it's not obligated. There's a very strong likelihood that it would be obligated once Congress can pass appropriations to get the funding in place. Now, it's just, when is that going to happen? Is that going to happen in this federal fiscal year? Is it going to happen in the following federal fiscal year? That's a who knows. So at this point, we don't even have an approval on that gap for the Butte Fire Road piece of it. So, I think we have to come up with, what we're comfortable on and moving forward. Certainly, no matter what, if it has to be done, it has to be done. We just have to understand that that's our liability.
There's about $10.1 million in unfunded, unobligated, according to the map, roughly, they came up with. This is a major problem. This is a major problem.
This was a jaw-dropping phone call, yes.
Yeah, it blooms off the rose. We had our moment to move quickly, and we did not. And now we're far in arrears. And you've got big fires and hurricanes going on. They're definitely going to move to the front of the line. I don't know. What are we going to do? Where are we going to get the money to get this done?
Well, my suggestion is that we have a conference call with GFS to look at potential borrowing sources. When I had a conversation with him earlier in the year, it's not promising, but we can have that discussion again and see, what he has to say. There are options for borrowing. Just unfortunately, I don't think there are options for Calaveras County. You could do grant anticipation notes. These are not 100% grants. They are pretty sure, but there's not a market for pretty sure. It's got to be 100%, and so it's not necessarily 100%. And unfortunately, this is very public on what's happening statewide, nationwide. This is a nationwide problem. So this is a crisis that this country has never seen. This many declared emergencies all happening at one time. So California is just one of the states. All states that have declarations are going to be under the same constraints.
Callan is, I hate to say this, is an option liquidating assets the county may have to get us through this cash flow problem?
I think all options actually need to be looked at for a myriad of reasons. We have a lot of budgetary uncertainties, as well as just having to figure out how we're going to fund these emergency situations. So I think everything needs to be on the table. We need to have very clear and frank conversations going forward and start making some prioritization on where we move forward.
Do we have obligation on the tree mortality, and I'm skipping from Butte Fire to tree mortality, but the state's 75% share, is that set aside? Are we sure about that?
The state has set aside the funds. I think the issue is there's a lot of projects that are vying, and it's going to come down to who's the fastest at implementing and drawing down those funds before they run out of that appropriation. What happens when they do run out of that appropriation, I would say, is an unknown. Politically, it seems likely that they would augment those funds, but at this point, I think they have set aside money. It's now the race to spend down, and there are a number of counties that are certainly much closer at the go line or even in the middle of the project than we are.
I mean, we're just signing our tree mortality project manager this week.
Yes.
Well, I know
Who's been working
Amador
in
and
other counties
Tuolumne
for
are
a
already
year.
making claims. And
Pardon me?
I know Amador and Tuolumne are already making claims against tree mortality funds. We are not making claims at this point, so I'm still awaiting a submitted project under CDAA. So until that happens, we can't. I have no.
I mean, are we just not capable of moving quickly to get things done, and we're missing opportunities?
Supervisor Garamendi, I don't think it's all on us.
Well, I mean,
I've been in this game since the fire started. Unfortunately, the wheels don't turn as fast as we want them to turn when it comes to OES and FEMA. And I understand your frustration.
Well, other people got it done.
Yes, they did. They got the head start on us.
That's my point.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Callan.
Thank you.
Say left any more?
I don't have any more at this point other than to say
Thank God.
The next step is past this piece, really fleshing out what options we might have, and both looking from the borrowing financing route, but also internally discussions with departments on how can we hold off on implementing certain projects if we need to, particularly on some of our capital projects. I think the frustrating piece is I feel as a county we've started to make some progress in those areas, and to then stop it is unfortunate, but also at the same time I don't see any other easy answer or option because we might end up needing those funds for short-term borrowing at this point.
Would it be beneficial if we came back in a week, 10 days, for a more clear picture with your suggestions combined with the auditor's suggestions?
I think, I mean, next week obviously is going to be very full as it is. I would suggest, yeah, revisiting on October 24th.
I think that's a good idea. Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, I think it's important to understand that our maintenance of efforts really has to be improved if we're going to be sitting on declarations of emergency. OES isn't going to buy the idea that, oh, yeah, we did this. They have to actually see some physical proof that we've done something or that we're maintaining something. And I think that bore itself out very clearly in these spring storms. Secondly, that projects, maybe we look at some of these projects and say we're just going to have to accept extensions, that we don't have the wherewithal to do anything with it. So therefore, we're just going to go ahead and do the extensions for right now to keep them in the hopper. But we know full well that we're not going to be funded if they are accepted. So why keep pushing forward knowing full well that, first of all, you don't have the funding for it, and secondly, you don't have the manpower to do it. Third, I think that the Tetra Tech cost explosion by itself should have kind of given us a clue as to where things can really go awry. And, it happened, and here we sit. So I would like to recommend possibly that we engage 2 supervisors in this discussion as well to just help vet this thing through as staff works it out. Maybe we could come up with some ideas.
My only comments to that would be, given one, availability and short time frame, just being able to make sure that if we want to do an ad hoc committee, availability of everybody to be able to meet a couple times to have these discussions, whether it's conference calls with GFS or meeting to kind of flesh out ideas or talk to department heads. I'm just kind of worried about timeliness in terms of getting everyone's calendars coordinated?
No, not to have them directly involved in every step of the process, but just simply have them involved in the process period. It's be like herding cats because everybody's busy. But just to have at least 2 of us in some type of conversation with it.
I think maybe we should at least give staff enough time to bring us a picture on the 24th. Maybe we can make a decision of involvement by the board at that time. I mean, just let's see what we got looking at.
One piece that I might ask of the board, and going to the point of tree mortality, we are on the cusp. I know TSS is chomping at the bit to get going, and what I would ask the board then is, we had asked them to hold the kickoff meeting until later this week. Is the board comfortable with continuing that timeline, or should we sacrifice the timeline again, but request that they hold off until after the 24th to allow time to come back to the board for suggestions and recommendations?
If I might, I represent a town that almost burned down yesterday because of tree mortality. If it hadn't been for the fact that, CAL FIRE had just cut down the trees behind their building, which helped stop the fire a bit. I mean, this is a life and safety thing. These trees are going to go up. So I don't know how we, in good conscience, don't try to move forward. We have to keep moving, in my opinion.
Okay. I think CO Lutz had a question.
And really, it was just informal polling, and if the board is comfortable with that, we will continue on kickoff this week and continue moving forward on the tree mortality project. I would agree at some point where if we have a lot of these dead trees, they become fuel in the forest and put us at greater risk. Again, I think it's talking about timing and how you stagger the timeline of projects, doing them at certain points. I just wanted to make sure that the board was still comfortable in light of this information continuing on doing kickoff this week with the expectation that we're trying to get as much time, trying to get caught up, I guess, for lack of a better term at this point.
Everybody understand?
What was the total amount for that contract? It's like 1.9, 1.2 million dollars.
But that's just the project manager.
I
Okay.
understand what the contract was. It had nothing to do with removal. It was project manager and getting things in line to go. But that's $1.1 million that we're kicking off to start spending. And it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that the money that we've expended on the fire tree removal, that's not in jeopardy as far as coming back to us. It's any further expending of funds. Is that, am I assuming correctly that the money that we were in line and we expended already?
I'm looking
on
to
the
Public Works.
Tetra Tech contracts?
Yeah, so we still have, I'm looking at what we've spent down to date, and I just looked the other day, so I think we still have about $2 million left of obligation. So it's that additional amount for the additional trees.
Amount.
The additional removal, that Jeff had gone over earlier. It's that portion that is above and beyond the $12 million that had been obligated.
Yeah.
That hasn't been obligated.
And of that amount, how much have we still have outstanding that they haven't reimbursed us on?
We just got deposits in today, and so for all I just submitted, for all the submissions of claims that we've done, prior to the ones that I did last week, we've gotten all the money. So as of today, we just got a big giant check.
Oh.
Yay. So, yay. So, but I just submitted another claim for an additional component related to the tree removal, for hazardous tree removal. So we'll be waiting on that.
That was obligated in our original.
Yeah.
deal. Okay.
For Butte Fire?
For Butte Fire.
Okay.
I can't make any claims for bug tree right now. So,
Yes, I understand that. So we have a $1.2 million contract that you're wanting to kick off. And that has nothing to do with removing one tree. It's just getting everything in line in the project management of when we go into that phase. And we don't have a cost estimate for the complete project of tree removal.
That would be and that would really be for the cost of actually downing the trees. Yeah, this is the cost of mapping, helping to certify that these trees are
environmental.
Yes.
If I could, what is where we have if we push off, we have a contractual agreement with CAL FIRE to start that curtain burner a while ago, 6-7 months ago. We told them we would have it operational before they came off fire season. Fire season, well, God willing, will end soon. Where are we, and putting it off a week, when are we going to fire that thing up so we hold up our end of the deal? Late though it is, it still checks the box. The minimum level.
I know Brian can speak to this because he's talked to TSS. They wanted to kick it off last week, I think. They were ready to go.
But I know, and they're out of town this week, but are we going to get this thing going?
That was the top priority I gave to TSS. Now, here's the thing that everybody has to remember is that as far as the reimbursement from CDAA for the curtain burner is a different thing than just getting that curtain burner up and running like CAL FIRE was operating it this past winter. So what I mean by that is in order to get reimbursed through CDAA for tree mortality, you have to have those trees identified, GPSed, GIS, etc. So if we were to fire up that curtain burner ASAP, which would be the idea, that would be more in lines of we would be incurring that cost. Now, do we have debris to put in there? Absolutely. Absolutely we do, because we have material at Red Hill as an example. There's a lot of material that comes down out of the Highway 4 corridor and also your district as well. So there's a couple different things going on. When CAL FIRE operated that curtain burner last winter, it wasn't under CDAA, it was under CAL FIRE, so the material that was going in there was non-CDAA material, if that makes sense. The ultimate goal is to use the slash from the CDAA approved trees to run through the curtain burner. But if we want to get that up and running sooner rather than later, which is what we want to do, we won't be reimbursed by CDAA until we have those projects identified, and that's why the project manager through TSS is important.
Well, that could be a long time, so I would think that to a minimum level, we ought to put something through that.
Right. Right.
And that's on us. We're the ones who are.
That is
late.
correct. That is correct.
We messed up, so we.
That is correct.
We owe.
That is correct. And again, that's what I communicated to Tad as well, that the top priority was the curtain burner. So, and he's well aware of that and was on it.
Just a point, fire season normally ends about the middle of November on average, so that's the window you want to look at.
True. That's the way we're burning it up now.
Absolutely. Also, one other element that TSS will be doing, in addition to the GPSing, they'll be doing the right of entries, the ROE program for those trees that are in the right-of-way that can or can affect the right-of-way.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Further? Mr. Lutz, any further?
No, thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi? That's enough, I think. Okay. This is an informational item. Doesn't require action. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a 10 to 15-minute break for staff before we go further. We are back in session. Madam Clerk.
Item 23 is from the Board of Supervisors to appoint the appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. We have one vacancy that we have an application for. It's on the Assessment Appeals Board. The vacancy is for a term expiring September 1st, 2021. And we have one application from S. Guy Puccio, who is the incumbent.
Discussion? Being from District 3, Mr. Puccio has served on that board in the past. He's the incumbent. I understand that the activity on that board has increased. So I have no comment other than to support the incumbent. Supervisor Mills.
You need a motion, or you want to move on both?
Do you and public comment?
Public comment?
El Segundo Taxpayer Association. I served with Guy. He is really great. He just, you couldn't pay somebody to do the talent he has.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none, do we have just one application? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Do you have another one, Diane?
Second, I'm sorry.
I think Diane has another applicant for a law library or something. Yeah, there's two people who have a law library, too.
I'm sorry, my copy of the memo didn't get updated. Yes, you are correct. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. We also have an application from Stephen Salente for a position on the law library.
Supervisor Clapp, would you like to withdraw your motion so we can address both applications?
There's no second on it? Yeah, I withdraw it.
Okay. Now we can discuss second applicant. Any discussion on second applicant, Steve Valente? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Supervisor Clapp to accept both applications.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Toffanelli. No further public comment.
Thanks, George.
No, they butcher my name. No public comment. Back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 24 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial medical cannabis registration 2016-520 for Hui Pham on APN 046-001-015.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be a hearing. The following procedure will be followed. Staff presentation will present first and will answer the board questions directed to staff. At that time, there will be a presentation by the appellant or the representative. Then there will be a presentation by members of the public, and that shall be limited to 5 minutes per person. That will be termed the public comment period. Fourth step will be a summation and rebuttal by the appellants with a 15-minute time limit for each appellant, not representative, each appellant. Step 5 will be a staff summation and rebuttal. Step 6, rebuttal by members of the public, the second phase of public comment. Step 7 will be board questions, and that's questions by the board to anyone, staff, appellant, or public. And then we'll close the appeal hearing, and the board discussion and deliberation. There'll be no questions and answers from the public, and then the board will take a vote. At this time, we'll be opening up the hearing. Staff.
Good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors. This is Miguel with the Calaveras County Planning Department. Today I'm here to present Appeal 2016-520. Excuse me. Just real quick, the subject property is located at 6360 De Los Angeles Road in Campo Seco. And essentially what has happened is that on May 25th of this year, Code Compliance conducted an inspection on the subject parcel. Code Compliance noted that the registrant had applied for a 1,200 square foot cultivation area. However, during the inspection, they found that the cultivation area was 8,000 square feet, essentially making it 6,200 square feet of over canopy. Code Compliance gave instructions to the appellant to reduce their canopy to pursuant to the urgency ordinance, which specifically is 17.95.165.j, and to contact the planning department for any clarification or questions. Furthermore, Code Compliance asked the appellants to submit proof within 24 hours that this had been completed. Within 24 hours, the appellant submitted proof to Code Compliance. However, one of the photos that was submitted to Code Compliance showed cannabis plants being loaded onto a moving truck or a big truck. Code Compliance asked the appellant what was the ultimate outcome of these plants. The appellant responded that these plants were transported to Sacramento. This turns out to be a violation of the urgency ordinance. The urgency ordinance 17.95.1.65.j says that any instance of over canopy, the excess has to be destroyed. It can't be withheld by the applicant or the landowner. It can't be transferred to anybody else. And that's the reason why this project was denied. Any questions?
Questions of staff by the board?
In the packet that we have, there was communication from the appealant via an email or some text confirming he said that he sent it to Sacramento, they transported to Sacramento.
Correct.
So there is transcribed of his own words from that.
Not only that, but during the Planning Commission hearing, the appellant admitted to that's what happened.
Further questions of staff by the board? Seeing none. Sir, your name, please.
John Broadway, Valley Springs, Director of the Caring Aid Collective. I'll try to keep everything short because I know we ran kind of long today. We came up
sir.
Oh, sorry.
Are you the appellant?
Represent WeFam in this.
You're not the appellant on the application, then?
No, I do not believe so.
Okay. And you're not an attorney representing?
No, sir.
Okay. Counsel? Can we represent in this matter?
So just clarifying, you are not the registrant, you're not representing the registrant. In what capacity what is your interest in this appeal matter?
I'm the director of the Caring Aid Collective, which runs the site. And I thought I submitted written authorization to speak on behalf of WeFam for any appeals or any cannabis cultivation matters for Calaveras.
So you actually manage the site?
Correct.
So I'm trying to understand the dynamic here. You manage the site, but you're not the registrant?
No. I'm on the registration for the application for the urgency ordinance.
That's the
Okay,
registrant.
yes.
So you're the applicant that your organization applied under the urgency ordinance to get a registration to cultivate under the urgency ordinance?
Correct.
Okay, so then you would be the applicant,
Okay, I apologize.
or the appellant in this situation.
I apologize, my battery went dead again. Do you have a copy of the original application submitted?
Yes, I do.
Can we have a quick look at that to make sure we're talking apples to apples?
You certainly can.
You got it? Okay.
We also have a written statement from the appellant authorizing Mr. Broadway to represent him.
I understand that. I want to make sure we're talking to the appellant or the proper representative. Find that out now instead of later on in the court of law.
So the legal business name of the registration is Caring Aid Collective, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation.
Okay. Sir, go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you. We moved up to Calaveras in 2015 with the intent of growing commercial cannabis. We had heard that Calaveras was a friendly area. Butte Fire came, everything changed. Emergency ordinance came, everything changed. We worked really hard to try to get into compliance. If you look through the packet that was provided when we appealed with the with the Planning Commission, you can see that we put a lot of effort into our property. We're trying to be professional, and we'd like to reflect that in everything that we do. We made a mistake, and it was a really idiotic mistake, and we can admit to that. There's no doubt that we moved plants out when we shouldn't have. If we would have taken the time to either call Miguel or read through the actual ordinance, we would have seen destroy instead of remove. We were all just in a big state of panic with the 24 hours to get everything into compliance, so we rushed and shot ourselves in the foot. I'd like to hope that the board would have a little bit of understanding of that and see that we are trying to be a professional company. We're trying to set the standard in Calaveras and show what cannabis cultivation should look like. We're not bothering anybody. We're not out to maliciously hurt anybody or destroy anything here. We want to be stewards of the land and take care of everything. And we think that there's a great middle ground for that. So I'm hoping that the board will show some understanding that we made a mistake and we learned from it. It's not something that's going to be repeated, and you now have a group with you that will be much, much more careful in regard to everything staying with compliance, and that we would like to stay here and continue with the county growing and prospering and showing everybody what cannabis can look like in a controlled environment where people are being responsible and accountable for their actions. I'm hoping we don't get our license revoked for a speeding ticket.
Thank you, sir. Is there any presentation by the public? You're limited to 5 minutes regarding this matter. Seeing none. Summation and rebuttal by the appellant. Any 15-minute time limit on this? Do you have any further, sir?
No.
Staff summation and rebuttal?
None.
Any rebuttal by the members of the public? Board questions? Any board questions?
You have someone in the back. Bill wants to.
Oh, are you a member of the public?
For clarification, what do you mean presentation from the public? You mean public comment?
Yes. Yeah, we can do that. That presentation, members of the public shall be limited to 5 minutes per person. Public comment. Mr. McManus, I'm going to go back and let you have your say.
I don't have a presentation, but I do have a comment.
Sorry.
Really?
I took you at your word. It didn't work for me. Anyway, I was at the Planning Commission meeting for this, And I don't know if you have the pictures up there or not, but for someone to say they were going to plant a certain amount, and you've got like a 4-section huge nursery building sitting out there, that's usually not something that they gave you too many parts in the box when you got it and you just put it together and that's what you ended up with. That's usually something you do kind of like on purpose. So I think the intent from the beginning was to grow more than what the application was for, whatever the canopy size was. And then after that, when you get caught, you take it to Sacramento. Is that where, when we abate pot grows in Calaveras County, do we take the material to Sacramento? Or do we take it someplace else? We do something with it? Is that the way you properly dispose of excess marijuana? Take it to Sacramento? I don't know. Those are questions that seem kind of odd and indicates that, and this was a good grower. They had an application in. So I guess I'm confused as how we ended up in this position when they intended to do it right, but apparently they didn't. So anyway, it's just a continuation of what we saw at the Planning Commission. So just thought I'd ask those questions again, make sure I didn't miss anything. And thanks for the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments by the public? Seeing none, we'll come back. Any board questions?
I have one. Go ahead.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Did you have a question?
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Speeding ticket, getting a license revoked. Did you, you had the registration for 1,600 square feet, you planted 6,800 square feet. Why?
We put in 2 applications. One was the application for the urgency ordinance. Another one was an application of intent for the greenhouse. That's the largest structure that you saw. The barn, which is the main one, the 1,600 square feet, which I believe might be 12. That one was going through. Everything was okay with that. We had a problem with zoning for the other parcel for the greenhouse. They put us down as, I believe it was M1 or M2, which put us in industrial. They asked that when I called the county if we were mining or quarrying there. I told them we were not. We were looking to do cannabis at that time, and I believe this was even before the urgency ordinance. Or maybe it must have been right around the time if I was talking to planning about zoning. So they said, you have to be in the correct zone, or else if you make your application, you're basically going to get denied off of zoning. So put in an application of intent and then try to get the zoning redone. When we asked what would be the timeline for getting our zoning redone, they said you should probably expect it to be done after the general plan is done, which has been on the books for a few years now. So basically they told us not anytime soon. I said, I can understand that. You guys have a lot going on. But if we get the letter of intent and at least it shows that we're going in the right direction. We had an inspector come out for the permit for that building a couple weeks before Ms. Davis came out to do the cannabis inspection. And he remarked that we had a beautiful building, it was very well done, and that we should be filling it with plants before everything gets banned and we have to tear it all down. This was laughed at, obviously, until later on we had a discussion. They decided to move into phase 2, which was to start populating the greenhouse. And then a couple days later, we had Reba come out, and she dinged us for it. And I told her, you know, if you would have been out 2 weeks earlier, it still would have been empty. We had no intentions of even using it at that time. We just had a very, very strong desire to begin using it because of all the money that had poured into it. So we pulled the trigger a little bit earlier before we had any kind of approval for it.
Did you submit an application for a zoning change?
Yes, I believe that has gone through, but I don't want to be quoted on that.
On the M1? Is that the case?
Well, that's for a separate parcel that you're referring to.
Did you pay Measure C tax on 6,800 or 1,600?
For Measure C is for road mitigation,
8,000,
other taxes.
excuse me, my bad. I didn't. Pardon? How much excise tax did you pay? Did you pay on, what'd you pay?
Whatever the bill came in for is what we paid for everything.
So 1,600.
Yeah,
So
it must
that's
have
what
been.
you registered for. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it was 12 originally for the barn.
I got a couple of questions. You stood up and said that Broadway, is that you, Mr. Broadway?
Perfect.
Yes. And said you wanted to show everybody how you are the quintessential grower and so forth. But I'm looking at the cultivation site inspection correction list. And this isn't the only thing that you had violations on. You moved into this and started production. You had no engineering permit for grading. Had no letter from an engineer. You had no permit for electrical trenching for the generators. You had no permit for electrical in the barn. No permit for the interior building. No permit for electrical in or on the storage containers. None of that where you had any permits before you started in production on anything, on any of this. And it was written up in the correction notice. So, and on top of that, you had 8,000 square foot of canopy when you only registered for 1,200 square foot. So I just have some problems with that. Those are all building permits that are necessary for any structure before anybody is allowed to even enter into a building. You need a certificate of occupancy, and you need to have all this signed off, obtain the permits, go into the building department, fill out the application, submit your plans, have them stamp it and approved, pay your permit fees, and then you go out and you do your construction, and during the different phases, you have the inspection come out and sign off that everything was done properly. You didn't do any of that.
You're absolutely correct. The building permits and everything was a giant learning curve for us. The week after that inspection, we jumped on everything, and we had contractors and engineers out for everything. So we weren't trying to avoid doing it. We just weren't 100% clear on what was the normal process for that.
Perhaps you should have investigated that before you did what you did. I mean,
we put more eggs in the move basket than we did in the prepare basket.
Okay. Mr. Broadway, I'm still confused on the relationship between the registrant and the impellant. Is the landowner Fawn Pham?
Correct.
And Hugh Pham is the registrant.
Correct, for carrying aid collected.
So he's the one that registered on the application. Is that what I understand?
Yes, he registered on behalf of the corporation.
Okay. Does Mr. Broadway's name appear on the application anywhere?
It doesn't appear in the
I can't find it in the board packet, so maybe I don't have it.
It doesn't appear in the application per se, but it does appear in the articles of incorporation, I believe, that shows him as one of the directors.
Is there a corporation appearing on the application?
Yes.
As a landowner or the applicant?
As the applicant.
Okay. Now I have a better understanding. So, Mr. Pham, Hugh Pham, he wasn't the actual grower, if you will, on this property?
Initially, it was him, myself, and one other party.
Okay. And you formed a corporation?
Correct.
Mr. Hugh Pham, another party, and you, right?
Correct.
Okay. I have a better understanding now.
Technically, just to be specific, the other party in the initial setup was not part of the corporation. When the corporation started, he left right at that same time.
Okay, so he never appears on the corporation documents?
So he should not know.
Was that a Randy Lou?
No. Randy Lou should be part of the ownership.
It shows part landowner.
Yes.
Him and Thon Pham.
And your relationship with Mr. Pham, the registrant, Mr. Pham, the landowner, was from the beginning of the venture. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you're a three-way corporation. You're going into this venture.
Correct.
Did you purchase the land together?
They purchased it right before I came up. I was in Southern California just finishing up my classes and coming up before, or basically after all that had happened.
When did you become physically involved with the property, sir?
April of 2015.
April of 2015?
Correct.
Were you with the Phams when they applied for the application?
I believe I applied.
You applied?
I believe. Oh, no, actually, Randy brought in the paperwork.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you have a chance to thoroughly look over that paperwork?
That was turned in?
that was turned in and before you submitted it?
I helped draft the paperwork, but I did not check what was actually turned in that day. So if anything changed before it left, after I had worked on it, I wouldn't be aware of that.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Further questions? Okay, we're going to close the appeal hearing now. It's up for board deliberation. Any comments by the board? Supervisor Mills, your light is on. You wish to speak?
Yes. It states in the staff report here, during the Planning Commission hearing, the appellant explained that he was aware that the cultivation site was over canopy, but in being part of a corporation, the other board members wanted to see a return and therefore voted to continue cultivating at 1,600 square feet above what registered. I don't know what to do with that. If this is the average registrant or applicant that we're dealing with, then our urgency ordinance went way south a long time before you got here. So I'm very concerned when you use the word steep learning curve. That tells me that people are not paying attention to rules or are waiting until somebody catches them at something before they step in to make a correction. And that wasn't the intention of the urgency ordinance either. So even if you get a driver's license, you agree and accept to operate under those rules, and it isn't anybody else's responsibility to know or should have known what those rules were. And so to me, this is just an out-and-out refusal to accept responsibility for what the rules were. And that's my comment.
Further comments by the board? Hearing none, entertain a motion.
So moved to deny.
Motion by Supervisor Mills to deny the appeal. Second by Supervisor Clapp.
No, I was going to second the motion, but my microphone was on, so.
I apologize, Supervisor Toffanelli. Your microphone's on, you may second.
I will second.
I will withdraw Supervisor Clapp second, seconded by Supervisor Toffanelli. Any more public comment? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote from the board. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries to deny the appeal, 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 25 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial medical cannabis registration 2016-890 for Rocco Rosano on APN 021-005-019.
Okay. You may step forward, sir. Could you identify yourself?
Rocco Rosano.
And you are representing as the appellant?
Yes, and landowner.
And landowner?
Correct.
Okay. Once again, this will be a hearing.
Yep.
Same rules will apply as the previous hearing. Does anybody need to have those rules repeated? Okay, having seen none, we'll open the hearing. Staff, you may begin your presentation.
All right, once more, this is Miguel Contreras with the Planning Department, and I'm here to present 2016-890, which is a cannabis cultivation denial. The subject parcel is located at 8850 Avenue A in Mount Ranch. Just real quick, it was denied for two reasons. One of the reasons for denial was the registration was found to be in violation of 17.95.165.n.4.a-b of the urgency ordinance. This provision requires that the registrants provide a NOA, a notice of applicability from the water board to the county, or if not, then a evidence of submittal of an NOI, which is a notice of intent from the water board. The applicant did submit an NOI, however, he did not submit all necessary forms and documents that are required by that agency for their purposes. On February 14th, the the water board sent out a letter to Mr. Rosano indicating that they were lacking some supplemental information. This information was a biological site assessment and a cultural resources inventory. Basically, this letter said, hey, you're missing these documents, submit them to us as soon as you can. On April 17th, the planning department mailed out a letter with a May 5th deadline to Mr. Rosano saying you need to submit these documents to the water board or proof that you have submitted these documents to the water board. On July 11th, the water board sent out a second notice to Mr. Rosano stating that this was his last opportunity to submit these documents and he had 30 days to comply with them. On August 23rd, the water board finally reached out to the planning department and notified us that one of the documents was submitted. And once more, this was August 23rd, one day before his planning commission appeal hearing. Moving on, the second reason for denial was failure to meet 17.95.165.n.115, which basically requires an applicant to submit for a background check with the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department. On September 17th of 2016, the sheriff mailed out a background check packet to Mr. Rosano, to which the Sheriff's Department never received a response. On March 20th of this year, the Sheriff's Department sent out a second packet, same information, and Mr. Rosano never responded to that either. On April 17th of this year, the Planning Department mailed out another letter instructing Mr. Rosano to submit for a background check and provide proof of this by May 5th of 2017. As of the day of the denial letter, July 21st, Mr. Rosano had not submitted an application for a background check with the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department. And as of the date of the appeal hearing with the Planning Commission, August 24th, Mr. Rosano had still not yet submitted a application for a background check with the Sheriff's Department. That's basically it for my presentation, if there's any questions.
Thank you, staff. Any questions of staff by the board? Seeing none, we'll have a presentation by the appellate. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I did turn in my background check to planning and then also the sheriff department. So
when and how? By what means,
let's
sir?
see. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
On September 21st of 2017.
Yeah.
And it was not a background check conducted by the Sheriff's Department. It was a third-party background check, it seems like.
All right, it's a third-party background check, and it's not on the appellate?
It is on the appellant. It wasn't conducted by the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department as required by the urgency ordinance.
Okay. All right. So is that a copy of the background check?
Yes. Well, no, because it's information that was not seen by the Planning Commission.
Was that information?
It was, I did tell them I was in the process of getting everything, so I don't know if that makes a difference or not.
Yeah, if you would like to see it.
Not necessary at this point.
Also, I did pay my $22,000 for the 22,000 square feet tax for last year.
Do you have any evidence you'd like to present regarding the State Water Quality Control Board?
I do have, pretty much, yeah. I contacted them within the time frame, got everything done. I got my cultural and my biological done. That's pretty much
Did you
it.
submit that to the Planning Department? And was that information presented at the Planning Commission's hearing?
I did tell them I was in process of everything. You booked.
So that information was not available
You know what,
at the Planning Commission's hearing?
I think my biological was biological was in the process. It was already, or, as he said, with
Mr.
the water
Chairman?
board.
Okay, did you receive the results of your biological from the State Water Quality
Yeah, I
Control
did.
Board?
Yeah.
And did you present that results to the Planning Commission?
I don't remember offhand.
Staff, do you have any knowledge of that?
Yes. So, like I said, the day prior to the Planning Commission hearing on August 23rd, the Water Board reached out to me specifically and informed me that Mr. Rosano had submitted one of the required documents as of the 23rd of August. Actually, exactly on that date, he had submitted one of the required documents.
And that information was presented at the Planning Commission?
That information was presented at the Planning Commission. There was
Okay.
question as...
I just want to make sure we're able to at least listen to that information, if it was presented, as submittable here.
It was presented in the sense that I informed the Planning Commission that the Water Board reached out to me and informed me that he had submitted one of the required documents.
You may continue, sir. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Okay, that's pretty much it. I mean, as of now, I'm in compliance, so.
Okay. Any presentation or public comment from the public? Be a 5-minute time limit. Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Summation and rebuttal by the appellant. Do you have anything further to say, sir?
Before that, I was in court over a road easement issue, which I did present to them as well. I mean, that kind of threw me off on, focusing on the business. But other than that, that's it.
Okay. Staff summation rebuttal, any further?
None.
Any short rebuttal by the member of the public in the second phase of public comment? Seeing none. Do we have any board questions to anyone and the appellant or staff? Supervisor Mills.
Yes, sir. I have a question regarding the correction notice that was issued. It says 521 of 17. It would be on page 376 of my packet. It goes finished grading, finished stairs with solid surface, no continuity test on electrical, insulate water line. Driveway needs to be brought up to county standards. Has any of that been completed as of today?
I never received any of that.
Which page was it? I'm sorry.
It's a correction notice that I have
From a site inspection?
well, yeah, it's on page 376 of our packet.
We were never
I
inspected.
have a picture. 376. Oh, 376, 375, I guess. Correction notice.
Yeah.
Dated May 21st, 17.
Well, Mr. Rosano submitted court documents from his easement issue that got resolved through court. I think that is part of the evidence that came with that court decision.
Well, my point is that our building inspector went out there on it says 9/15/16, Bob. He made up this correction notice, and my question is, has any of this...
Now I know what you're talking about.
Has any
Okay,
of
so
this
that's the
been
whole
done?
road easement thing. My neighbors above me, they needed their move-in certificate or whatnot, and that's what
Well,
they're talking about.
this
I
seems to be
think.
more than a road easement issue, because we're talking about finishing stairs, we're talking about continuity testing and electrical, insulating a water line. That has nothing to do with roads.
Okay, so let me see if I got it in here. I think I do have.
maybe
Is
staff
it an
can-
actual like a?
Driveway needs to be brought up to.
Yeah, it's
today's
a
standard.
Not ready for finals,
That's
what
what
it
it is
says.
right there. Yeah. So that's for the neighbors up above. The reason they sent that to them is because their road, or my road, their easement goes through my property, and that's
Oh, okay.
what they were given, to fix. So what I did is I fixed the road, and yeah, that's what that is.
Okay, so that's just
Yeah.
part, something
Yeah,
that was...
yeah.
Okay, I didn't want to confuse it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Further questions? Supervisors Toffenali.
And this is the staff. The appellant just testified a few minutes ago that he thinks he's up to code now. And in fact, he still does not have a water board permit, and he still does not have a background check from the sheriff. Neither one of those does he have. Is that correct?
Actually, no. The water board actually sent me an email on the 22nd of September, indicated that Mr. Rosano has submitted both required documents, and basically pending the outcome of this hearing, they will decide to continue with him or not.
And that is approximately a year late from the time that they had to get that notice. Is that correct?
A little bit more than a year, yes.
Yeah, a little bit more than a year, but it was September of 2016, correct, that they were given. And then they were supposed to submit for background check in May of 2016? Is that, they had until May or June of 2016?
The urgency ordinance doesn't really specify a date. However, the Sheriff's Department was sending out letters, and that could be the assumed date. On September 7th of last year, the Sheriff's Department sent out a letter to Mr. Rosano, so I guess that could construe his, it would be taken as his date of when he had to submit.
So that, and to this day, he still does not have a background check from Calaveras Sheriff's Department?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
May I speak?
Sure.
Okay, so I did go, was it called a third party, and get a live scan? So I sent one, I gave it to the sheriff department, and then I also gave one to you guys. I don't know if that's sufficient enough, but.
What was the date of that, sir?
You get on there, sir.
The date of the letter that I have is September 13th of this year, and it was submitted
October
to...
13th?
September 13th.
September. Of 2017.
2017, yes.
So what did you first have, do you recall when you had the request for submitting of your background information?
I didn't receive that. I would have got it done immediately.
Did you apply in person for an application to cultivate marijuana?
I did, yeah.
Did you get that information when you applied for the application?
I don't, do you guys give that out? I don't think they do. About a date.
Maybe you can explain that procedure, sir?
There was a time frame when the Sheriff's Department actually brought us down packets to hand out to registrants. That was basically the last week of registration, which, just real quick, let me see when he actually registered.
All right.
Take your time.
Not a problem.
So he submitted his application June 30th of 2016, so more than likely, but not necessarily, he might have gotten one, because we had those packets available and we were handing them out to registrants.
So, as I understand this, he received a background packet?
I can't really say 100% that he received one, but there is a really high likelihood.
Did you receive a background packet, sir?
I did, yeah.
Did you fill it out personally?
As soon as I seen it, I filled it out, yeah.
Do you recall when you got that background packet?
No, I was too busy working. I can't recall, honestly.
Do you know what date that background packet had to be submitted by?
No.
Was that information listed on the application information?
No.
All right. But you do recall when you submitted that completed background packet to the Sheriff's Department?
Correct,
And to
yeah.
the Planning Department?
It was the same day I turned it in to them, yeah.
Turn it into these folks or
Correct.
turn it to the Sheriff?
I did sheriff first, and I walked straight over.
You made a copy of it?
They have a copy. I should have one in there somewhere if I can take it out.
What I'm asking is, did you submit the same information
Correct.
to the Planning Commission?
Exactly, yeah.
That you did to the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And you made a copy of that to submit the original that filled out to the Planning Department? Is that what happened?
You're talking about the original? The original I gave
I'm talking
to...
about, you said you submitted 2 background packets that were completely filled out.
The original I gave to sheriffs, and then I think that was a copy. And then I also did my own personal background check because I wanted to know what was on my record. And I gave that to them as well.
And you gave your copy to the planning department?
As well, yeah.
So you don't have a copy?
I have a copy, yeah.
Well, you got another copy?
Okay. You want it?
No,
Okay.
I don't need it. I just want to make sure we had same
Yeah, no, they
information
got
going to
everything.
different places.
Yeah, so.
And is there a problem with the background check, the information you received?
Just to clarify, the only thing that we've received is a letter from the Department of Justice that was the background check that Mr. Rosano did on his own behalf with DOJ. We do not have anything from the Sheriff's Department indicating that he had submitted the background check packet to them. It's a separate application that's required by the Sheriff's Department. That was the packet that we handed out with the registration information that needed to be turned in to the sheriff. The sheriff was going through sort of the same lengthy paperwork process that all the departments have been going through with this program, in that they were backed up. You know, they only had one person processing these for a while, so they were sort of batching them as they go. And when they realized that they did not have a background check package from him, they contacted him, that we don't have it. And he didn't respond. And so, as I recall, there were 2 such letters from the Sheriff's Department sent to Mr. Rosano saying, we do not have your background check application packet. Please submit to us. And it was never submitted.
As of today, it has been.
As of today,
I do have, sorry.
As of today, I'm not aware of it having been submitted to the Sheriff's Department. The only
That
thing
was
we
the
have in our
question I asked,
packet
because I
is,
didn't see that information in the packet.
the only letter we have is a letter that was submitted to us on September 21st, a copy of the Department of Justice letter to Mr. Rosano.
Okay, that's it. This is it right here. Proof of me turning into the Sheriff's
Sir,
Department.
did you request your own background check from Department DOJ? You know,
Yeah,
Department of
as
Justice?
well, I did too.
You
Yeah.
did?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the letter you have in your hand?
This is the one, no, this is the one showing you guys, wherever, that I turned in my background check to the sheriff over here.
You have a copy
Can
of
I
that
ask what
document?
date that was submitted to the sheriff?
9/21/17?
Okay, so not until the 21st September of this year.
That is that's indication that you turned in that background check to the sheriff.
Correct.
Okay, but you didn't turn in the package required for the urgency ordinance for the sheriff to perform.
I turned that in as well.
So it sounds like he finally turned in the application packet to the Sheriff's Department September 17th of this year, after the application had been denied and after the Planning Commission had denied his appeal.
I like to point,
Is that correct, sir?
can you tell me that again, sorry?
Can't incriminate yourself, you're not charged with a crime. But is that statement correct?
Can you repeat that?
What I said was, you submitted the application for background check to the Sheriff's Department on September 21st, after your application had been denied and after the Planning Commission had denied your appeal.
Correct, but I would like to say I did let them know that I was turning everything in, so.
Thank you. Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, my question is that, did you review the application that you needed to complete with the Water Board that constituted a complete application? They had a deadline of September 7th, so it was on you as the applicant to be sure that all of the requirements for that application were met. Correct?
Okay, on this second notice here,
I'm not talking about the second notice. I'm talking about the very first time that you turned in an application to the Water Board.
Mm-hmm.
On that application, there was some specific requirements that you had to meet. And it seems like it waited until there was a notice from them in February of this year saying that the application was incomplete.
I turned in the 10 grand, and then I thought I was clear, but, and I went straight to work, and I did get these in the mail, in which I did respond in time.
Okay.
So.
Further questions by the board? This time I'll close the hearing. I'll offer the opportunity for public comment. I'll open the hearing back up. No, any public comment? Thank you. I'll close the hearing again. I'm going to wear this hammer out. We'll be back to the board now for discussion and deliberation. Any comments? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Garamendi,
Second.
second by Supervisor Toffenelli. Any public comment? Seeing none, call for a vote. All in favor of upholding the appeal by the Planning Commission, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, denying the appeal, indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
So this would be a time that we would continue any public comments that were not heard this morning.
Actually, Bonnie Newman from Dublin Springs. I have a whole list, as long as my arm, of topics I'd like to address with this forum here. I think I'll do something simple because it's been a long day and I don't want to offend anybody more than I usually do. I'm going to revert back to my topic that I brought up last time, and it's about littering in Calaveras County, the roadways, the highways. I told you I'd give you some ideas that wouldn't cost you anything, but I think I need to ask you to put up a little bit of something here. I'd like you all to consider a campaign that you could kick off perhaps 3 times a year to involve the community in doing a massive Keep Calaveras Clean campaign, litter pickup day. I'm noticing the times that the litter really piles up, and I have to confess, I think it's probably coming from our recreational areas. I'm proposing the first weekend in May, the first weekend in August, and the first weekend in November to either publicize, encourage community organizations to get involved, or reach into your deep pockets and come up with some Keep Calaveras Clean, pick up litter signs that we could install in different places. I know it's probably dumb to think that we could put up some trash cans in different places where the litter piles up because people steal the trash cans. I'm just really discouraged because I've been out picking litter from Double Springs to Lime Kiln, and it's only about a mile long, for over a month now. Every time I go back, somebody just thrown a bag of litter out their car. Household trash, diapers. It's really discouraging. Civic pride is important, and we think we have a county that will encourage people and tourists to come. I'm accusing them of being the ones that are doing the most of the litter, but we need them to come here to spend their money, so why don't we try and keep our county clean, sponsor litter cleanup, encourage community service organizations to get involved, and if you have to, they can get their names that Caltrans put on little signs everywhere, but I think it's an anonymous kind of effort that we all need to put forth. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further public comment?
Al Segala. This refers to the cannabis issue and our...
Excuse me, Mr. Segal. This is your first time for public comment, general public comment? Okay.
Yeah.
I missed the first. It's been a long day.
I missed the first round.
Okay, all right.
The Taxpayer Association doesn't take a position on the ban ordinance because some are directors are for that and the other ones are opposed. So these comments are coming from myself just as a concerned citizen.
Okay.
And I've taken the time to read the ordinance that Matt Clark previously gave you earlier today. And my thoughts are the important thing is the protection of everybody's rights, growers and neighbors and everybody. Okay, if we keep that as our goal, then the constitutional protections apply to everybody. Nobody's exempt. And so this regulatory ordinance that was put together by Matt Clark is very extensive, almost to the borderline of being oppressive. One of the important things that it deviates from the recommendations from the Planning Commission is a period of time under our zoning for people to remove their outdoor grows and to relocate to another area. The planning department recommended 90 days, and the Clark recommendation is 5 years. I imagine reason would be somewhere in between. I guess the main point of what I'm saying is that the recommendations for this regulatory ordinance do seem to make sense, and it's worthy of your analysis and debate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Madam Clerk.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Who would like to go first? Supervisor Toffanelli.
Is that what you were doing?
No, I want to make sure.
Supervisor Mills. The only thing I have to report is I will be traveling to San Diego immediately after the 24th meeting for the LAFCO conference, which will be Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this month.
Okay. Supervisor Clapp.
Yeah, I attended the East Bay Mud luncheon. Was great. Seeing all you folks there. Mr. Supervisor Toffanelli wasn't there. I attended the hospital, I guess, health fair, and that was about it.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mills?
I attended the health fair, but I didn't write it down. September 27th, 28th, attended the RCRC annual meeting. Great discussions with supervisors from other counties and representatives from the state legislature and Congress. Found many issues facing rural counties to be the same, but approaches to solutions are radically different in some cases. Political will is more important than emotion on these issues. Fact-finding already done by other counties could be helpful here. September 30th, attended Peninsula States Homeowners Association meeting in Copperopolis, listened to their priorities, updated them on some projects. October 2nd, met with a constituent as part of ACVA over coordinating message of the Visitors Bureau and how business can avoid having to join every organization in the county in hopes of finding one that will give them a return on investment. October 3rd, Coffee Talk Tuesday, Destination Angels Camp did an update on the Wild West Fest that is coming up Saturday, October 21st in Angels Camp. DAC and ACVA are putting together a social media constant contact class. ACVA will be first, but space may be available for the public. And we were told about McCullamy Hill having a November fall mall, date to be announced. So I don't know what's going on with that, but it's going to be in November. October 4th, Good Morning Calaveras, where Nate McBride explained the efforts of small business assistants in the county. and attended CCWD and CPUD joint board meeting to hear discussions on the McCollum River long-term water needs study, which developed data to support the Office of Finance population growth numbers on future water demand in the watershed. October 5th, hosted the Highway 4 Working Group meeting in Murphy's. Majority of the discussion surrounded roads and tree mortality issues, primarily in the Arnold area. Updated on the WIN Act project CCWD is developing to support storage at New Maloney's for water. That's a 200,000 acre-foot storage that they're working on. And also some challenges with long-term water rights. Attended Calaveras Foothills Fire Safe Council same evening, reviewed the SRA door-to-door chipper program, PG&E seniors and chipper program, and the tree mortality cost share program. The Murphy's Fire Break has been turned over to the Resource Conservation District to make it their first administrative project working with CAL FIRE. That's a big deal. That'll give them a start. Next rounds of grants for CDAA will be expected in November, and they're lining up projects now. And October 6th, attend the East Bay Mud Barbecue. And October 7th, attended Lumberjack Days in West Point as a participant on the Calaveras Animal Disaster Shelter Float to raise awareness of the group for helping animals during emergencies. That's all I have.
Supervisor Mills. Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much.
Microphone.
Thank you very much. First off, I want to point out that AB 1234 says we're required to report out on meetings that were expensed by this county, that we charge for mileage or paid rent to go, or tuition to go to, and any other meetings are at our discretion. I know that's, I'm sure you're all aware that that's been a complaint against me recently, but I want to make sure that you guys understand that I was not required to report out on the Fish and Game Commission meeting, which I am a liaison to, not a member of. That said, I did attend the meeting on the 23rd. We were addressed by California Department of Fish and Wildlife staff. They did not have a formal presentation, nor did they have handouts. But, and my primary concern during this was, of all the great work and concerns that they have about cannabis in Calaveras County, are we going to remain funded, and will they have enforcement dollars if we become a banned county under Proposition 64? I followed up, and I do not still have an answer to that question. I attended, and this is a required one, I attended the RCRC meeting up in Tahoe, as Supervisor Mills pointed out. It was a good meeting. We covered lots of stuff, from rural development to opioid epidemic, current and future legislative issues that we'd be able to, that we need to think about. And as I mentioned earlier in this meeting, I was cautioned about the use of SB1 funds. I attended the UMRA two-day meeting. We spent day one talking about strategies and where we wanted to go as a board. And the second was a short business meeting followed by the lunch that I believe, well, the four of us attended. Oh, we didn't talk or meet together. So we're good on that. I would like to poll the board with the Chair's Commission, though, on one issue that we have coming up. We have two ordinances coming to this board next week, a ban and a regulatory ordinance on cannabis. My understanding is that the regulatory ordinance on cannabis is not written out. Rather, it's in bullet form as put forward. And I wanted to poll this board on, Planning Department is working under the strict direction of this board to do nothing but work on the ban ordinance. And I wanted to poll this board to see if there was interest in this intervening week to actually flesh out the regulatory ordinance so we have something of substance to speak about and specifics to compare. So with the board, with the chair's permission, I would like to see where we are on that to give direction to staff in preparation for that meeting.
You have chair's permission to poll the board.
So I would like to see if there's other interest in having the staff put the time into fleshing that ordinance out so we have something, so we have two documents to compare.
We'll start with Supervisor Clapp. I'm going to ask that. Use your mics, gentlemen, so we can get it recorded.
No.
Okay. Supervisor Mills.
No.
Supervisor Tofinelli.
No.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Yes.
Supervisor Oliveira, I would affirm yes. The poll is in favor of hearing the ban ordinance only. Am I correct, counsel? Is that your interpretation?
My understanding of the poll was whether staff was to draft a regulatory ordinance or not to be considered next week. The recommendation of the Planning Commission would be coming forward the same as is. Right now, the Planning Commission's direction to staff would be to bring forward the ban ordinance and then essentially bullet points of a proposed alternative regulatory program. That is what staff has been working on. We have not been working on a formal draft regulatory program pursuant to those bullet point policy recommendations at this point.
Right. I wanted to flesh that out, make sure we understood the policy implications, the financial implications. That regulation would be, since clearly we know that a ban, we know what the financial implications are of that, gentlemen. And we'll talk about that more next week.
Chair, I think before we do too, is we may want to discuss if the meeting should be extended beyond the 17th. What other date would we consider as an option for a staff? Because I do not want to be abusing staff by having you here till 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night on the 17th trying to get this finished.
I would agree.
I would rather see us split it up into a second meeting and carry it forward if it's necessary.
Right now, we are scheduled for the 17th of October. That's Tuesday for the board meeting. And
I'd like to be sure everybody's here. I mean, whatever it is, I'm here.
Have I heard anybody not being able to make the regular board meeting starting at 9 o'clock? Or we may have an agenda review starting a closed session.
So my understanding is that the meeting on the 17th is a special meeting, and if you would like to continue that meeting to a different day, that's what you're asking?
Correct. If we need to.
If needed.
I intend to go until 5 o'clock on that meeting, seeing that's a special meeting. At 5 o'clock, we would be looking at a continuance to a time later that week. I understand that Wednesday is a bad day due to some scheduling conflicts. I also understand that Friday is a bad day due to a scheduling conflict you have, Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, I'll be at Mountain Counties in Folsom.
Okay. The 19th.
I do have a question about the following day, Wednesday. It's supposed to be Assessment Appeals Board meeting here on that day here. However, is there a cannabis appeals meeting in the smaller courtroom on the same day?
So since this was briefly mentioned this morning, I did work throughout the day to find a meeting location for the Assessment Appeals Board. I never heard back regarding the availability of the hearing board room. However, I was able to book the Sheriff's Community Room for the Assessment Appeals Board. And we have rescheduled the COG-TAC meeting to take place that day, which would have been next door. We have moved them to the COG offices. So as far as meeting location, this room is available on Wednesday, the 18th. You would have a different clerk, I believe, because I need to clerk the Assessment Appeals Board meeting. Susan is not available on the 18th, but I think that there is a backup, if I'm not mistaken. So if those are the reasons that you would try to select a different date, I think we have kind of covered all the bases for the 18th.
Prefer the 18th if we keep it continuous. You know, one of the things to consider is if we went for the next day, if we went into 2 days, I'm assuming it would be because we had questions and needed further clarification. Putting a day in between could give the staff a chance to come up with the work that we might be requesting, or not. I mean, I could do either day. I'm just trying to figure out how
I left
to
the whole
get
week open, so because of not knowing. So either day. Thursday, is this room booked for Thursday? The 19th?
Yeah, it is Planning Commission.
Planning?
It's the planning commission.
Wednesday is out?
No,
No.
I'm sorry, it is not the planning commission the next day. That's not a planning commission week. The planning commission in the month of October, to my understanding, meets on the 12th, which is this Thursday, and then on the 26th.
Okay.
So that is not a planning commission day. You will have another clerk. I won't be available that day, the 19th.
Wednesday is good for me. The
Wednesday is
18th, if
good
we
for
have to
me.
go again. Good for you? Supervisor Clapp? Supervisor Toffenelli? Supervisor Garamendi? Make it work? We'll make it Wednesday then, if we need to. Any other issue? Before I report out, I want to acknowledge and recognize Chief Josh White. Chief came over to give us an update on the current fire situation. Welcome, Chief. Thank you for coming over and taking time out of your busy schedule.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, and I apologize that I wasn't here earlier. Just wanted to give you an update on the Point Fire, 130 acres up out of West Point. Unfortunately, it burned 4 residential structures as well as about 14 outbuildings and damaged a number of other residential and outbuildings. So the fire's 50% contained. We don't see any additional progression of the fire. I don't expect it to grow any larger than 130 acres. I think we have that contained. And if you look at a statewide basis, I'm really pleased with the progress that we were able to make in that first night. What we're seeing statewide is one of those things that we see during the Santa Ana wind events, except we're seeing it in Northern California instead of Southern California. Napa County, Sonoma County, Nevada County, Lake County, as well as even portions of Marin County are being impacted by these significant fires. Overall, I think that they have 13 fires burning in Northern California. CAL FIRE has initiated 4 incident management teams within a period of about 6 hours yesterday. Wow. I've never heard of that. It's surprising to see 2 incident management teams initiated in just one 24-hour period for us to mobilize all 4 out of the 6 teams that we have statewide for these incidents is something to really speak to as far as the kind of situation that we're dealing with over there. I would like to commend the Calaveras Sheriff's Office. 1 sergeant and 1 deputy notified 72 different homes. We're able to go out and knock and notice and get these people evacuated out in front of this fire that we had on the Point Fire. What a phenomenal effort, and what they were doing in those kind of conditions, middle of the night, waking people up, getting them notified, and then moving on and getting to the next house. Very impressive, and I would just like to recognize the Calaveras Sheriff's Office and our appreciation for the work that they did, as well as all of our other local government fire agencies that helped to respond. We actually have a strike team from Yolo County that actually came down and helped us out. We have other engines, obviously from throughout the districts, from throughout Calaveras County, as well as Tuolumne County.
Doing a good job, Chief.
Thank you very much, Supervisor.
Keep it up. We need you.
Chief, I want to just commend you and your crews as well. I mean, you guys were really great out there, and I appreciate the communication that came and the homes that you were able to save. And it was a pretty scary situation that could have gone really bad. I mean, it wasn't good, but it could have. My concern is that with all the fires going on in the state, I'm sure everybody's getting pulled 9 ways to Sunday. We have adequate coverage in case we're next on the list?
We do, and that's one of the things that while we still have a lot of work left to do up on the Point Fire, we do have those resources that if we needed to in a pinch to be able to pull them off. But every one of our firehouses are currently staffed. We also have the local districts. That partnership that we have with our local districts is just phenomenal, so that it's all one team when any fire kicks off. So we do have great coverage throughout the county.
Thank you, and express our gratitude to your men and women as well.
We will do that. Thank you.
Could you please clarify, is it 30,000 acres burned? Is that what you said?
Oh, I don't.
For Point Fire?
Oh, no. For the Point Fire, it was 130 acres.
Thank you.
Yes.
I had all kinds of numbers going.
No, 130 acres.
Do we have a cause?
Nothing right now. It's still under investigation, and I just want to make sure that our investigators have that chance to get everything dialed in before we announce it.
Well, thank you very much, you and your team.
Thank you, Supervisors.
Thank you, Chief.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Having nothing further, my turn to report out. As soon as I find out where I'm at. On Wednesday, I attended the chamber breakfast at MTH, put on by, of course, the Chamber of Commerce, and had some very interesting information disseminated. I tried to make that breakfast. I believe Supervisor Mills also attended. Attended the October 10th meeting, agenda review, with our admin and our clerk. Attended a CIP discussion mentioned earlier for Districts 3 and 4 with Public Works Director Krobus and also with Supervisor Mills. And also attended the COG meeting, filling in for a last-minute request from Supervisor Mills for a personal reason, and I'm not going to go into it, but I think he owes me for it. 48 years, yeah, okay. I attended the East Bay Mud Party Barbecue with Supervisor Garamendi, Supervisor Mills, Supervisor Clapp, and once again, it was a very informative. I had representation from several agents. No, we did not discuss any equipment. It was a social event.
I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Well, then quit yelling out Brown Act. And I did participate in the grape stomp, not as a grape stomper, but I was requested by the committees to award their grand prize, which I thought was very interesting, a trip to Australia or New Zealand, a choice. And that was won by one of our people in Murphy's, by the way. And last night I attended the GABA meeting, Greater Arnold Business Association, and was quite pleasantly surprised to see the new developments at Bear Valley Resort. They are right now working on a master 6-person chairlift. They've put in several new amenities there up at Bear Valley. They have a glamping program, which is a new program they started, that you get to go up there and spend the night in the mountains in a tent that has a cement floor with a real bed and furniture and real electricity. It's kind of a glamour way to camp. Apparently it's very successful. I think they have 15 tents up there now. They're planning on expanding that to 8 more tents for the next summer season. They're putting in some more zip lines, some more bridges and stuff for kids for summer activities. And apparently this year is going to be a stellar year, providing we get the snow we had last year or even part of it. And Bear Valley has really ramped up. I will be going up there taking a tour both at the end of this season, the summer season, and I'll be participating hopefully in their opening day on November 28th for the snow season. So that's all I have. It's been fun. Anybody else? Staff. Nothing to report? With that, meeting is adjourned. They've got an employee bus.